Okay. Yeah. Good morning. All right. Very, very good morning out there. Am I right? It's now time to call the order of the Southern University board meeting, and we'll begin with the special committee report. That's going to be only preceded by the invocation. And the invocation, I'm going to ask that our vice chair acknowledge the reverend is going to do our invocation. I'll yield item number 2, invocation and pledge of allegiance to the vice chair of the board of supervisors, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Good morning. Good morning. We'll now like to bring Pastor James Riley to the podium for invocation. Is Pastor Riley here? Good morning, Pastor Riley.
Oh, Pastor.
Let's bow and pray.
Okay.
Father, we thank you this morning for another opportunity to gather before your presence to say thank you. We thank you for another day's journey. We thank you for this, another day to gather together to handle the business, Father, of this great university. And dear God, I pray now that you would allow your presence, Father, to come into this place, God, that we might all know that you are God, and besides you, there is none other. Cover us now, God. Grab us by the very reins of our minds, Father, that we might be able to have a spirit of unity as we go forward to handle the business, Lord God, that you've called and assembled us here to do. And God, even in this homecoming week, we say thank you once again, God, for allowing us to come and assemble together, family and friends alike, to celebrate what you've done in another year. Protect us and keep us. In your care we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Pastor James Riley, First Little Rock Baptist Church. Thank you so much, Pastor Riley. Now we would like to have our Pledge of Allegiance by one of our Southern University Laboratory School students. Kennedy Johnson is an exceptional junior, has been attending Southern University Laboratory School for the past 4 years. A dedicated honor student, Kennedy is currently enrolled in the dual enrollment courses and has maintained an impressive GPA of 4.167. Kennedy is an active member of the school community, excelling as a varsity athlete on both the volleyball and track teams. In addition, she is a passionate participant in the Eye Care organization and holds membership in the National Honor Society and the Beta Club. Beyond her academic and athletic achievements, Kennedy is deeply committed to serving her community. She regularly participates in feeding the homeless, organizing school supply giveaways, and volunteering in nursing homes. Kennedy is also a proud member of the Antioch Full Gospel Baptist Church. Looking towards the future, Kennedy plans to attend Texas University or Southeastern University. I did not see Southern University in the Kennedy, so we're going to have to change this. We'll talk about it later. Where she will major in sports management. She is the daughter of proud Southern Lab and Southern University alumni, Erica Flagg Johnson and Kinsley Johnson. Board of Supervisors, please meet Kennedy Johnson. You have the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Members of the board and distinguished guests, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. We'll go. I want to recognize a distinguished gentleman that is with us today. He's the head of the Black Caucus. If you will, with Representative Jordan. Come on up, Edmund Jordan. Let's give him a round of applause. He's been fighting for us.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys this morning?
Good morning.
Good.
Before you start, Representative Jordan, I would like to say that he was my classmate, guys, and I had a higher GPA than him.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it right
He
there.
did.
Okay.
Actually, I did.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
I got a
based on
couple
what
of
I'm hearing,
questions.
you can have your seat, sir.
That's it. That's it.
Don't
I'm
let him
going.
ruin your reputation.
I'm going. Look, I did see on today's agenda that there's going to be a discussion of the medical school and allied health center. And so I just wanted to say I've been on a couple of calls with, I've got another classmate, my Leadership Louisiana classmate, Alex Apini, and who's been heading that and spearheading that. And he's been doing a great job with that. I just want to just say, look, I know that there are some other efforts going on with other partnerships and medical schools here in the state and HBCUs, and that's great. I'm not trying to take anything away from that, but what I am here to say that is we don't have one here in Baton Rouge. And I think Southern, as being the flagship HBCU of the state, and Baton Rouge being the capital city, is much needed. You know, I'd be remiss if we didn't go back and talk about when we were in school in 1988 through 92 in that era. And even prior to that, I think Southern was not only considered the largest HBCU in the nation, it was considered the best HBCU in the nation. And I know we don't have that title of being the biggest or the largest anymore, but we can get there. Again, I know with the leadership of the members of this board and the vision that you guys have and the leadership of our president and other staff members, we can get there. Now, the question is, how do we get there? Or how do we get to where we are now? I know you guys saw the letter from 2023 from Department of Education and Department of Ag. Southern has been shorted over $1.1 billion over the last 30 years. And that's not by accident. I think that's been intentional as compared to our 1862 counterpart. So how do we get to that $1.1 billion? You know, we can just ask for it. We can litigate, and we got a great litigator right there. We could certainly litigate and try to get it. Or we could also have the vision to create new programming. And so I think part of my effort as chair of the Black Caucus and my efforts as a legislator is to try to create new opportunities for our students. And I think the med school, the School of Allied Health, we've done some other programming with P-TECH and some other areas. We have to be forward thinking in how we do that. We can't sit idle anymore because the landscape has changed. But I do think with the money and the funding and the vision, we can once again become the largest and the best. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. And so with that, I know that Brother Penning has a report on it, but I'd just like to say that I appreciate all that you guys are doing. I appreciate the vision of this board. I appreciate the direction that you guys have gone in. President Lawson, Chairman Lawson, I know we've had several discussions. Dr. Whitfield, Dr. Shields, Chief of Staff, and everybody else. I know when you start naming, you start missing folks, Brother Clayton. But I just want to say that I'm confident in the direction that Southern is going. We do need to make a intentional push to recover that $1.1 billion that we've been shorted, and to make sure it's part of our job as the Black Caucus to make sure in the future that we have equitable funding as we move forward. So with that, I don't want to take any more time, and I appreciate you again.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. And Mr. Fondell has certainly been instrumental in pushing everything you discussed, and certainly wanted to invite you to the meeting. So I'm going to yield the floor to Board Member Fondell.
Representative Jordan, thank you for being here on this morning. Thank you for all your efforts. I wanted to recognize you for what you've done. And I know we've had conversations in the past with regards to the resolution that you brought before the legislature. If you would just kind of tell our the board here and the folks that are here how the resolution went about and what's the direction it needs to go in, and how can we as a board here assist you in pushing that off?
Well, I mean, very simply, what the resolution says is for the Board of Regents and for the Southern University Board of Supervisors to look into the establishment of a medical school here in Baton Rouge. I mean, you know, as resolutions go, we present it, we get them passed, they go through committee, and then they go through the regular processes of a bill. Except it doesn't have the force of a statute or force of law, and it doesn't need to go to the governor for signature. So we were able to get that through and get that passed as a resolution, and we have the full support of the legislature in that endeavor. So from that perspective, it directs the board of the Southern Board of Supervisors and the Board of Regents to start looking into that. And so, like I said, I know there have been several calls and discussions with Alex Appealing leading that effort right now to move in that direction. So we have been moving forward. We have been making progress in that area, not just for the med school, but for the School of Allied Health. I'd also like to tell you, we've also started, even though we hadn't fully implemented that era, but with the nursing school, you know, creating doula programs and midwife programs and things to look at from that perspective. Now, the nursing school doesn't have the capacity just yet to take on some of those programs, but I can tell you, in speaking to the chair of Women's Hospital, when we talk about health outcomes, birth outcomes, maternal outcomes, when you have a doula involved, those numbers increase in a positive direction dramatically. And when you're talking about a state like Louisiana that has one of the worst maternal health rates, one of the worst birth health rates, and mostly affecting African Americans, we need to be on the forefront of that. If there's an issue that affects African Americans, whether it's in the sphere of health, or politics, or what have you, Southern should be that think tank for that, in my opinion. We should be leading that effort. And so those are the things that I look at. You know, we can educate, but we can be engaged as well. And I think part of the engagement of the university and what it's been in the past, I don't look at Southern any different than I look at the Black church. You have to be a hub of the knowledge, a hub where people can gather and express and exchange. With how we do that.
I'd also like to say this, that I believe that this is a part of it. It has to start somewhere. This university, 140 plus years, you know, for us to have a resolution that this board is supported, it puts us in the right direction. And what you're doing by bringing the legislature in it, putting us all on the same page, gives us hope that it's going to put us in a position where we're able to help more people in this state. For me, it was the COVID. Seeing COVID in our community ravage, take a lot of folks out. I think in our state, we were affected more as African Americans nationwide than any other state here. And I believe that us as a board can do something about that. We can be the visionaries for this particular project to make sure that the people that are coming behind us in the future have some hope. In case there's another pandemic, it could be this university that sets the standard moving forward for HBCUs. So thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you for your presence here on this morning. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Woman Flynn. Mr. Chair, I want to also join in and thank you. I saw something last week where the governor is going to support the rolling over of that audit in 5.5%. That will fund higher ed. I would appreciate you helping with that so that we can keep Southern as intact as we possibly can. But your leadership, I mean, the fact that you're my homeboy, but you have just shown some great leadership, young man, and thank you for what you continue to do for us. But please push that 45% so we won't be facing these devastating cuts that are on the horizon.
Well, look, I'll say this. I won't give away our negotiating and bargaining position on where we stand on that right now. But I will say that we certainly want to make sure that Southern is taken care of. And I'd be remiss. Today is the first day of early voting, and I know it's a little bit off topic, but really it's not. We have somebody running for Congress that is a Southern graduate, a former SGA president, and someone who has been a great partner for us. And so I look at that and just say those are the type of leaders that Southern has created in the past. And I know those are the type of leaders that we can create in the future. And so that's somebody we can certainly, as it even relates to the $1.1 billion, I hope to partner with to make sure that we can get those funds back, either from a combination of federal sources and state sources or otherwise. So I would always encourage us to exercise our right to vote. We've got from today until the 29th and then November 5th to do that. So, we're going to continue to fight for Southern. Southern is in my heart. Everybody knows that I think if you're a Southern graduate, Southern graduates are known to be some of the proudest graduates in the world. We don't feel like any school is better than us. And so I certainly am part of that troop. I don't think any school is better than Southern. And I'm so grateful for the things that Southern has allowed me to do. So I think it's only fair and right that we do that, we return that favor. So believe me, it doesn't matter. I appreciate your kind words, but whatever I do for Southern will certainly never be enough, considering all that Southern has done for me and my family. So.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. I tell you what, if we don't capture the words that he just spoke there, and it was from the heart, and I'm grateful because you not only show how much you love Southern, you demonstrate it daily in practically every conversation. You give Southern kudos. So I appreciate what you're doing there. And as far as the $1.134 billion, we are very deliberate about that. We've been silent, but we're certain that we're going to recapture some of that money with your support. Mr. Clayton and I have had many, many conversations. He's the chair of legal, and we're excited about supporting programs like the medical and allied health programs that Dr. Penning's working on. So look forward to hearing from us soon on our deliberate public approach on making it happen, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you again. Thanks.
Okay. It would not be a homecoming if we didn't allow our very, very talented head of the National Alumni Association Federation, Mr. Carlton Jones, to come forward and give us a warm welcome to our homecoming fans.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, the board members. Good morning. We're known as the Gold and Blue, but today it's cold and blue. It's cold today this morning, so it's cold and blue today. So we got our colors on. I got my jacket on. You said be comfortable today, so I kind of overdid it. I got my Jaguar on. I got my SU in the back, so maybe the camera can catch that. But again, I want to welcome our board members, our alumni that are here in the room. They're coming on today. We have a lot of activities in store for you today. I don't need to go into all of them, but I just want to say this. One of the best things I always say is the best way to keep a family together is keep getting together, and let's keep fellowshipping. I think Southern University is grounded in tradition. And that's what these board meetings are about. That's what these deliberations are about. And that's what the work is about today for this group. So I appreciate you, everyone. I appreciate our alumni coming out this weekend, planes, trains, and automobiles just to come on campus. We're excited about what's in store for Southern University. You can see all the construction coming on campus today. We had the groundbreaking the other day. There's a lot of work plans in store. So we're doing the work. And I'm excited that today is another example of that. So go Jags.
Go Jags. All right. I think we also have Mr. Robert Harrison in the room from the MDM campaign. Let him come by and say hello to us. Brevity has his place, by the way. I'm not starting with you.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman Lawson, and thank you for the members of the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the Southern Foundation, I have the privilege of managing the $1 Million March campaign and proud to announce a few key achievements. Today at 11 o'clock, we're going to have our $1 Million March captain's reception at the Voucher Center for Philanthropy. We'll hopefully have over about 100 volunteers. This year, we had over 400 volunteers signed up and participating for this year's campaign. Not only did we reach our milestone, right? This is the 11th year of significant growth for the $1 Million March. I'm proud to say that this year we had a record-breaking number of gifts and contributions, raising a total of $1.4 million on SU Give Day on August 30th. And so that's something that Southern University, all 5 campuses, right? All the chancellors, all our development directors, all our individuals who made support this. You know, this campaign continues to grow. And so as we continue to pillar out and get more support for it, it's not too late to donate. So if you've not made your donations, you can go to foundation.sus.edu and make a contribution to a area of infinity that you have. But we want to recognize our volunteers, right, this afternoon. And then also that homecoming check presentation, right? We want to make sure that's a significant part of it. So everyone in this room, if you're at the football game, if you're not, we're going to have a brilliant check presentation. And I just want to say thank you to all the members here, the chancellors, our development directors, our volunteers, anybody who's made a contribution to the campaign. Thank you very much for supporting Southern University and continue to support Southern University.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. It's not too late to give, and I don't want to spoil anything, but we have two people I do want to commend for bringing their class together, and they're going to make a special presentation. Do I need to say the class, or I should not say it? Okay, what was that? That was a class of 95. That's Board Member Gaines and Board Member Smith, 1995? Yeah, all right. But their class, it was 1969. And I don't want to say the amount, but they raised a significant amount of money and unselfishly gave until they reached their goal. So let's give them a round of applause. Make sure we let the minutes reflect that we acknowledge that too. President of the class, I believe they had some very distinguished folk in the class, not just Board Member Gaines and Board Member Smith. I think the president of the class was William Jefferson, and it was their class. It didn't happen under their watch. It started the argument for building an overpass, if I'm correct, right? Okay, so a lot of great things that happened. So thank you again to you all. Now we'll go directly to special presentations, moguls in the making of contest, winners of the Southern University and AM College. Yield to the Chancellor of the Baton Rouge College campus, Chancellor Pierre.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Chairman Lawson, I'm proud to present to you this wonderful group of students who really took the initiative to enter into this competition sponsored by Thurgood Marshall College Fund, Moguls in the Making. And I believe Deandra Jane.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mackie, come on and introduce this wonderful team. And the Moguls in the Making competition is a competition that's sponsored by Thurgood Marshall College Fund and Ally Bank. It is held in Detroit, Michigan. And this year there were two winning teams, Southern University and A&M College, and Philander Smith out of Little Rock, Arkansas. And because of their work, they secured a significant amount of dollars of scholarships, and I'll let Dean Mackey explain the amount of the scholarships and what else goes with it.
Yes, hello, welcome. I am so excited to present these students in front of the Board of Supervisors today. Certainly, we are grateful for this opportunity for you all to recognize the students. They put their best foot forward and make sure that they represent the university in a wonderful fashion. So I would like to introduce them. Nalone Sumo, he's raising his hand in the back. He was the lead, one of the lead individuals who took the initiative to actually apply for this particular opportunity. So there were 10 institutions that were chosen by Thurgood Marshall, and the institutions had teams of 5. And I am going to mention Nalone behind me, Rashard Grace. Rashard, raise your hand. Taylor Curtis, Jasmine DeRussell, and also Megan Abraham. As the Thurgood Marshall campus coordinator, I am so pleased and proud of these students. They did have the opportunity to pitch their competition, and Mr. Sumo, I'm going to have him to tell you a little bit about exactly what they said. However, they did win $100,000. So awesome. This is so awesome. And each student, $20,000 for each one of them. So this is extremely exciting and certainly a wonderful opportunity to represent Southern University. So Mr. Sumo, would you tell them a little bit more about the specifics?
Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Thank you again for having us. It was such an honor just to represent Southern University in the city of Detroit a couple weeks ago. When we arrived at Moguls, we went with one goal, just to make Southern University proud and have fun. And that's what we were able to do. On our second day, we were tasked with a challenge to improve economic mobility in the city of Detroit. Each school was tasked with different industries, whether it was automotive, sports and entertainment, healthcare, and we were specifically tasked with transportation. And so what we did to find a problem, we went out into the community of Detroit, walked around downtown Detroit, talked to civilians and asked them what their personal opinions on transportation. And in that we found several case studies. One lady got sick twice, waiting 3-4 hours for a bus. We met another case with a little girl named Kayla, and where she takes over 7 buses a day just to get to and from work every single day, spending about $18 a day. And that we created a solution called eRival, which is a EV charging solution, that carpooling solution that allowed civilians to visit our EV hubs, which are located in communities of high unemployment, and connecting them to opportunities area of high workforce engagement. So we isolated a specific community in Detroit, and then about 10 minutes in each direction, north and south, located a major hub. And one was at GM, which is a part of the Big Three in Detroit, and the second one in the Southwest, in downtown Detroit. And so we did that. We made sure when we presented, we had the energy, we had passion for it. It was really great. And in that, our winnings not only included $20,000 each, but a guaranteed job working with Ally, whether it's a job or internship, that's also guaranteed. And then over this weekend, 3 of us will be participating in a talk show with Revolt TV in Atlanta, Georgia. And sorry about that. I am Nalone Sumo. I'm a senior finance scholar with a concentration in risk management and insurance, and I'll pass it along.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Megan Abraham. I'm a senior dual majoring in business management and business marketing from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
What's your mama name?
Tracy Abraham.
Don't run it for her. You can keep the 20,000.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rashard Grace. I'm a senior computer science major from Jackson, Mississippi, and I'm also a member of the Southern University baseball team.
My name is Taylor Curtis. I'm a senior major in elementary education, and I'm from Houston, Texas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Duracell. I'm a senior mass communication student with a concentration in broadcast journalism, minor in marketing from Houston, Texas. And this is the Dream Team.
All right.
Congratulations. You guys are excellent. Wonderful representation of the university. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Can I borrow some money? We sure hope you feel the love that we have for what you all are doing, and we feel the love that you have for Southern University. It was a very, very passionate approach that you took to get rewarded for your idea, and kudos to everyone involved, and certainly to Dr. Mackey as well. Chancellor, you have anything else you're gonna add?
Yes. This week, we had so many great special events going on for homecoming. 2 that I want to mention is we had the McDonald's Corporation that did a fashion show for us. They are sponsoring 5 African-American fashion designers. It's a wonderful opportunity for our students in fashion program at the College of Ag to really engage in that. So we had students that did all kinds of things related to supporting the activity, learning how to run a fashion show, modeling, and they were paid, which is great. And so we created, and they also gave a check to the Fab Lab, and really, I think really show the ability of Southern University to be a leader. We also had a great event with Propel, the Propel Center, and Apple. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Propel Center is a center sponsored and supported by Apple and Southern Company that will be physically located in Atlanta, but it is a hub for HBCUs to advance technology and all kinds of other things. And Southern University Law Center was one of the first 13 institutions that partnered with the Propel Center. And the leader of the Propel Center is here, Ms. Dion Simon, who is a Southern University alum, two-time Southern University alum. I'd like for her to come up and talk about that, plus what we did with the John Lennon tour bus.
Come on up. I was going to say, Dr. Williams speaks very, very highly of you, and I can see her gloating and bragging through the phone without her saying a word. Dr. Williams, you want to say something? Push the button to, excuse me.
So she contacted me because we have a partnership with the group at Delgado starting on Monday and Tuesday. But her concern was making certain that all of the Southern University system schools were involved. And so I said, really? I said, what's your love to Southern? And that's when she said, I graduated from Southern twice. And she is Dr. Dion Simon, and so a proud graduate, and is bringing this. So we got on the phone. She's also a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority pledged right here at Southern University. So I put her on the phone with two AKAs from Suno and Susla.
That's just like you.
And they made it happen. And so the John Lennon, because I was saying you can't get John Legend, but the John Lennon tour bus is going to actually be at Southern University New Orleans and Southern University Shreveport. And that was orchestrated on a phone call with Dr. Gant and Dr. Kim Rugon, who's in the audience, who was vying for what days and how long they can keep the bus. But we all came out with how we wanted Southern to lead. And I know that she is going to hint to it, and I will too, because they can't say when or what happens after these children create the original songs and videos. But it is going to be displayed on a major platform in the next coming months. And it is an opportunity that Southern University will have yet again to shine. So thank you, Dr. Simon.
Thank you so very much. Thank you all for having me here. I do have one correction to Chancellor Pierre's announcement. I am not the lead of the Propel Center. I am the Chief Impact and Programs Officer, and I'm here on behalf of our president, Dr. Lisa Herring. Thank you so very much. Everybody has been so gracious. I think Representative Jordan said it best earlier about how proud he is to be a graduate, to be connected to Southern University. I am so proud. Southern University has been so good to me. So good to me. I came here in '93 from Monroe, Louisiana. Yeah. My mother is a Gramblinite, and she was like, I cannot believe that you are going to Southern. I was like, yes, I am going to Southern. And Southern took care of me, and I stayed here and received my master's in mathematics from Southern University. And then I headed to Atlanta. I started my career in K-12 education for over 25 years, and then joined the Propel Center a few months ago. And at the Propel Center, we want to make certain that every HBCU student and faculty member has access to our resources. We complement the education that our universities are doing in the HBCU ecosystem. We have courses that students can take free of charge, professional development that faculty members can also take, year-long professional development using Apple technology. And we also get an opportunity because of Apple's generous investment in what we're doing around the arts and entertainment industry. We make certain that students have access to industry mentors, and we make certain that our courses are all industry aligned, and students can take courses in several areas and get micro credentials and badges in AI, machine learning, coding, professional development, and discovering their professional superpowers. So we just wanted to make certain that students were aware of what the Propel Center offers, as well as faculty members were aware, and that the Southern University system is connected to all that we have to offer. I do want to say thank you to Dr. Gant for allowing us to, our next stop is at Southern University in Shreveport. And so I'm excited about that. And then we end with Southern University and New Orleans. And so we will be on this Louisiana HBCU tour for the next couple of months. And as Dr. Williams said, It's a part of a larger project that shall not be named at this very moment, but there's more to come. And I just want to say thank you so very much for all that you've done with us while we were here the last couple of days. The students were amazing. They were simply amazing. They had a chance to be on the bus for a full day on Tuesday to create original song and video. And then the second day, students were able to learn about the career pathways that are connected to the creative arts and the technologies that happen on the John Lennon Educational Tour Bus. So thank you very much. And I look forward to our next stop in Shreveport. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we appreciate your accomplishments and your love for Southern University. You're from Monroe?
Yes, I am.
So I want you to recognize another young man from Monroe, our dear friend and very, very unselfish contributor to Southern University, wherever it needs to be given, is Lewis Henry. Where are you from, Lewis? Castro. That's close enough. He's in the right church, but not the right pew. How's that? He puts the M in McDonald's with all those franchises he has, so we're grateful for him. Okay, we'll go now to anything else, Chancellor, I missed?
Well, the only thing I wanted to say was, in addition to everything you just heard, the Propel Center made it possible for Ms. Sonia Norwood to give a lecture to about 60 students about the ins and outs of the entertainment business, which was really, really great.
And Ms. Norwood is a very, very dedicated Southernite who is active in her chapter. I think it's the Los Angeles chapter, but she's active wherever she is, and happens to be the mother of Brandy and Ray J. So thank Ms. Norwood for her contributions as well. Okay, we'll go directly into item number 4, Above and Beyond Award. Now I'm going to yield to the Chancellor of the Law Center, Mr. Washington. Chancellor
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members and Mr. President. I'm going to ask Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, Donald North, to come up and introduce our student recipient for the Above and Beyond Award.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and board members. On behalf of Chancellor Washington and the faculty at Southern Regional Law Center, we stand before you introducing to you a new visionary, a student leader who seeks the keys to this great institution. She hails from Delhi, Louisiana, born of mega means, very, very, very accountable, respectable, able to stand in the midst of criticism, an exceptional leader. We're very, very proud of her. Her name is Whitney Parker. Would you please come forward? For those who would seek the keys to this institution, this place has a special meaning. It means so much to us because it has given us our livelihood. When we stand in your presence, we are awed because we know that you're dedicated. Your classmates wrote a long speech for me to give for you, but I'm not going to give it. But I will say to you that we are proud of you. Jean-Pierre coined the term loyal leaders. You set the example, you do what's best for the students, and you stand in the midst of criticism. Mr. Washington, the Above and Beyond Award goes to Ms. Whitley Parker, our Student Bar Association president.
I am in a loss for words. It's not often that I'm in a loss for words. I really thought I was coming here to present him an award. But I am truly grateful, and I just want to thank everyone for this award. I am just truly humbled by it, and I just want to say thank you guys so much. The Law Center has done a lot for me, a small girl from Delhi, Louisiana. So every day that I come to school, it is my commitment to serve the student body. So I appreciate this honor and award. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations, and we'll take some pictures after. She put a special smile on Miss Maple Gaines' face because she knows what Delhi, Louisiana is. How close is Delhi to Lake Providence? walking distance to school. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Parker. Congratulations. She also sits on the selection committee for the next Chancellor of the Law Center. So thank her for that too. We thank you. We'll go now to the faculty staff above and beyond award.
And let me say, as a former Student Government Association president, I can relate to what she goes through being a student leader. And she is a fierce advocate for the students over there. And our administration has worked with the SBA to try to address some of the concerns that they have. And I'm fortunate to work with a great group of people at the Law Center. And this morning, I get the opportunity to single out an employee who I have quite frankly received a lot of complaints about the way she does her job. She is our director of travel services, and some have complained that she is too rigid and she won't allow law school employees to violate any Louisiana travel regulations. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with an employee doing her job and doing it right. And in fact, she is so righteous that she denied my first travel at the Law Center. I asked her to book me a first class ticket to Chicago for the American Bar Association convention. She said, that's disallowed. I said, well, I thought chancellors get to travel first class. She said, no, sir. So I'm proud this morning to present the Above and Beyond Award to Corvette Tillery, our Director of Travel Service. And Corvette, I want to commend you for the way that you respond to the criticism, the professional way that she does it. I have seen the emails. I know it's stressful, but you deal with it in such a professional manner. And I want you to know that I appreciate you and I appreciate the great work that you do for the Law Center. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
They kind of pulled one on me because right now we're going through a lot of criticism, dealing with some stuff, but I am grateful to work for Southern University. My mom was a proud graduate of the Southern University, so we had no other option but to come here. And so she worked along with Dr. Whitfield, Dr. Atlee Walker, and Dr. Geneva Thomas, recruiting students, putting them in a car, bringing them. And so I'm just grateful. And I'm grateful for Chancellor Pierre for the opportunity and for Chancellor Washington supporting me. And I do get a lot of criticism. And it's a lot going on in travel, but we're tackling it one day at a time. And I'm grateful to Mr. Hall, because yesterday I asked him, I said, why do I need to come to talk about travel at the board meeting? And had this ever been done before? Because Chancellor Washington led me to believe, oh, you might need to make a presentation. And I was like, this never been done before. So, but anyway, thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Tillery. I heard a story. I don't know how far back you can go, but when Mr. Washington was over the students, it was in regards to certain travel by Mr. Rutledge. And we'll talk about that. It looks like Mr. Washington lost a little control. So I'll let them share their story with you later today. Okay, item number 5, adjournment. Any other business? Consider us adjourned, and we'll go directly into our Academic Affairs Committee. And I'm asking that the chair of that committee, the Honorable Dr. Leon Tarver, and thank you, Dr. Tarver, for allowing us to work out of your building. This is a very nice building. And by the way, let's give this entire staff a huge round of applause. They did a marvelous job, as you can see. Yeah. Dr. Tyra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, I had nothing to do with it. I was as surprised as everyone else when I came in the back door yesterday. I was just overwhelmed with what I saw, and I thought it would be a beautiful day. It's turning out to do just that. Now we can call the Academic Affairs Committee to order. Mr. President, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Leon Tarver II.
Here.
Mr. Sam Gilliam. Attorney Tony Clayton.
Here.
Mrs. Maple Gaines. Here. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Myron Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Item number 3 on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. And before calling for that vote, I would like to recommend that item 5D on this agenda be removed to the agenda for the full board in the interest of time and the consequence of the circumstance. May I get a motion to do so? Mr. Gillian, thank you. Seconded by Dr. Williams. All of those in favor, let it know sign of aye.
I'm gonna have to do a roll call for that to amend the agenda. Nope.
To move it?
They just pulled it, really, is what he's doing, right? In the next meeting.
Excuse me. The agenda can be adopted as is, and then a motion can be made to move that one item after. But if you modify the agenda, it will need a unanimous.
Okay.
But
So which is going to come first then, since if we adopt the agenda, we're going to have to move this first, aren't we? As roll
the
call.
agenda can be adopted as is and then a motion can be made to
Okay.
table that to the full board.
Is that a motion from me, Mr. Getty?
Mr.
Seconded
Chairman.
by Dr. Williams.
And I so move, if you would, that item 5D would be tabled and moved to the full board for its consideration.
Second that.
Been properly moved and seconded. All of those in favor, let it know sign of aye. We still have to have a roll call. Is this the one we have the roll call? And we had to adopt the agenda first.
But we getting this off there. Now you're doing it the right way. I don't know why all these lawyers bringing all these opinions.
Ms. Corey, we're going to adopt the agenda as it is. That's the motion we vote on first. Then we'll come back with a second motion to remove this
Why are
that's
you
a roll
adopting
call.
it to only to unadopted?
You're not removing the item at all. All you're doing
Can we
is
carry on with the meeting?
you're just referring it to the full board.
Okay.
So it's fine.
Mr. Gilliam. Okay, so your motion would be then to adopt this agenda as it is. And that's not a roll call vote. That's just and then we'll come back with another motion. All of those in favor of the motion to adopt the agenda as it is, sign of aye. Those opposed, I have it. Now, may we entertain a motion to remove item D to be transferred to the agenda of the Board of Supervisors?
Mr. Chairman, so move, if you would, that we would remove item 5D from this agenda and table and defer it to the full board's consideration.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded 3 times. All of those in roll call vote. Where's the president? Are you going to? Yes, Mr.
Don't make it.
Thank you very much.
You don't need lawyers. You don't need.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Clayton. All right, let's go back now to item 4. Did we have? We didn't need a. We needed a vote on that. No vote. Okay. All those in favor of the second motion, that would be known by sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it. So done. Now we can move on to item 4, public comments. Are there any public comments on any item relative to this agenda at this time?
You have one coming.
No, I'm sorry. I can't. Who is it? No comment? Thank you very much. Let's go to action item 5A, request approval of the Southern University Lab School Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. Mr. Brister, Director of the school, is he present?
Mr. Chairman, I
Mr.
move
Chairman.
that we pass items 5A through C in global.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it know on the sign of aye. Those opposed, so have it. That takes us now to the information item 6, Medical School Allied Health Committee update. Is that Dr. Penning?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
While Dr. Penning is coming to the microphone, I know he has some very important information for us here, and kind of giving us the why, the numbers that support it. So I hope he's, allowed an opportunity to express all of it. So with that being said, Dr. Penning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fondale. Good morning, members of the Southern University Board of Supervisors, to our chairman, president, chancellor, or president now, Dennis Shields, all the administrators here.
You can't hear you. You have to speak to that mic.
All of our administrators, our faculty, staff, and students, certainly our alums today. Happy homecoming and good morning. And I think they're trying to load that up. Okay, very good. So today I'm charged with providing a quick update on the progress of the medical school committee. And the charge starts, next slide, please. I don't have the controller, so they're doing that from the back. Next slide. It starts with a charge, which our President Chancellor, at the time now President Shields, provided to us to explore the feasibility and pathways to establish a medical school and allied health programs on the Southern University of Baton Rouge campus. And the impetus for this, you heard that from Chairman Edmund Jordan of our Black Caucus. House Resolution 51 was presented as in addition to our Board of Supervisors passing the resolution last November that really provided this committee with a strong impetus to get this work started. Next slide. We have a very seasoned committee that provided this work. 12 individuals. You think of the Bible, the 12 disciples that Christ had. We had 12 individuals here. Half the members were our practicing physicians, and the other half were made of senior administrators right here at the university, individuals like Dr. Young. We had Dr. Sandra Brown, Dr. Greta Wilkes, Dr. Monaghan, all health leaders on this campus. We had the Law Center well represented through a couple of MDs, Dr. Race and also Dr. Lamont. And then I'm really happy with the representation we had from CARE South. We're huge on this. Our Board of Regents, Tristan Denley, was huge on this. And Amir with Hanover provided a lot of the research service, in addition to our very own Representative Jordan. Next slide. So the work began in 3 parts. The first, I'll give a quick synopsis of the health of our state health care. And here's the bottom line. Louisiana ranks 50th, and this is according to our 2023 rankings that came out for health outcomes in the nation. As of Q3 of 2024, this year, 61 out of 64 parishes are designated as primary care health professional shortage areas. Translation, we don't have enough health professionals in these areas. It's going to take an additional 202 practitioners to take that designation off. Next slide. Some major historical trends. Heart disease. It accounts for nearly 25% of all deaths in Louisiana. Adult obesity, that doubled from 17% to 33% over the last 20 years, with the highest prevalence among 55 to 64-year-olds. High blood pressure. It's one that accounts for 25% of all Louisiana adults. Poor diet. 4 out of 5 Louisianians do not consume the recommended 5 servings of fruits and vegetables. And you think about it, we're homecoming. Yes, there's a lot of good food that's going to be before us, but I strongly urge my colleagues that servings of fruits and vegetables, please make sure we consume those. Yes, sir.
Is this presentation to convince us that there's a need for us to have the facility? Or because if we're talking about, I thought we would be talking about what we've done to get us to the point where we get the facility.
Thank you, Ms. Shorty.
Wondering.
Yes, sir. One of the bases, and we all know anecdotally, but our consultant needed to make sure, and the Board of Regents required that we make the case based on the research and the data that the need exists for another medical facility in Louisiana. This is just a quick synopsis of that.
It's information.
And this is for information regarding that. That's the first part that the consultants completed. With respect to diabetes, obviously, the fifth leading cause of death in Louisiana. Next slide. Cancer rates in our region, especially as it relates to African Americans, cancer rate incidence for Black males and Black females is the highest, not just in Louisiana, but also in the capital region. Next slide. When it comes to diabetes, Blacks and lower income populations rank high when it comes to diabetes rates. Next slide. And then maternal and child care, and you heard about that. 474 babies die prior to their first birth date in Louisiana. Black infants are twice as likely to die compared to white infants in Louisiana. Next slide. Louisiana, in terms of maternal mortality, ranks even higher than the national average. 26 out of 100 births, those mothers die in Louisiana compared to only 17 of maternal deaths nationwide. And Black mothers are more than twice as likely than all races to die as a result of maternal mortality. Next slide. So look at the workforce, and this comes now to the physicians and looking at the shortage of physicians in our nation. A survey was done by the Association of American Medical Colleges. 950 active physicians were surveyed. The majority of professional activity resides in patient care, 819, medical research around 12,000, teaching around 12,000 in other areas. Next slide. When it comes to African Americans in this marketplace, while we make roughly 13.6% of the population, only 5.7% of African Americans are active physicians. And that's a tiny percentage when you take that out of 950 active physicians in the country. Next slide. When it comes to popular specialties by race, the survey indicated that African American physicians typically focus on OBGYN, in addition to preventive medicine, child and adolescent psychiatry. Next slide. So here we come, this convergence that's taking place in the nation, an aging workforce and a medical profession that's also aging. As of right now, the prediction is that roughly 65 years and older Americans are supposed to age by approximately 34% by the year 2036. And that's a high number when we consider our overall population group. Along with that, 46.7% of active physicians are 55 years and older. So you're looking at an aging physician workforce and an aging population. And we all know that older Americans typically are going to require even more healthcare needs. Next slide. By age, typically ages 55 and older, we find in terms of preventive medicine, 71.4% of all physicians, cardiovascular disease, 64.9%, and thoracic surgery, 62.7%. However, under the age of 55, the leading growth area is sports medicine, 91%, pediatric anesthesiology, 89%, and internal medicine and pediatrics, roughly around 83% of all physicians. Next slide. So here's the statement that came out by the president, Dr. Scorton, for the Association of American Medical Colleges. He says the nation is projected to have a shortage of roughly 86,000 physicians by the year 2036. He continues to say, as a solution, the nation must invest in developing a new generation of doctors. We're looking at substantial shortages that will not meet our future healthcare needs. Keep going. Next slide. Congress at the highest level must, and you heard about these disinvestments that are taking place, must continue to invest in graduate medical education. And this came out in 2024. And we must continue to build on the recent bipartisan investments in Medicare that support graduate medical education. Next slide. However, he says, we project 86,000 shortage. However, if additional investments that he speaks to Congress are not made, then that shortage is expected to rise even more. And he adds that it's critically important for us to train more diverse groups of students in the healthcare profession. Next slide. So now we come to the numbers, diversity, and that transitions into some of the action plans that we may have before us. Once again, only 5.7% of all physicians are African Americans. Out of a possible 100 HBCUs in the nation, only 4 have established medical programs right now. And you see those on the screen. Howard University College of Medicine, Morehouse School of Medicine, Meharry Medical College, and the Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science. And we have two in development, the conversations regarding Xavier and Morgan State. Next slide. So looking at the Xavier model, and this could be a pathway, and this is what the committee has done the research. The established health need is there. The workforce demand is there. What are some possible pathways that Southern University can look at? And again, Xavier, that's not the only model, but it provides a blueprint, a possibility. First, it started with a collaboration. Xavier University of Louisiana and Oxnard Health. Number two, they developed a joint focus to help alleviate Louisiana's severe shortage of physicians, to boost diversity in the physician workforce, to reduce health inequities, and to help revitalize the downtown New Orleans area. That's a joint focus they put together. Next slide. They established and came up with a founding dean, Dr. Leonardo Cione. He's the executive vice president for Oxnard Health and also the chief academic officer. One of the biggest strengths in having a collaboration with a major partner, they did not need to go outside of that collaboration or partnership to find a founding dean. Because of that, that is a cost that was not relayed to the university. Oxnard provided that to them. And by the way, Dr. Cione is also the former vice chancellor for academics for LSU Health Sciences Center in Shreveport. So he's not just a seasoned physician, he's also a practicing and a teaching physician as such, has that experience, and a member of the National Hispanic Medical Association Board of Directors. Next slide. When the word comes about a start date, they've had these conversations. He made very clearly that start dates and class size discussions cannot happen after this entity, and that is the Xavier School of Medicine, has earned accreditation by the Liaison Committee on Medical Education, LCME, and that typically takes 3 to 5 years. So now that they have this established partnership, it would still take 3 to 5 years for them to earn accreditation, and only then can they talk about a start date. They have developed and identified a location, the 26-story Benson Tower. And here, Dr. Cione made a very interesting point. Instead of spending close to what it would cost, $80 million for a new facility, and that was a number he looked at when they looked at Shreveport, he said instead they spent $15 million to renovate the existing building to provide a state-of-the-art facility. So again, another benefit of a partnership, that resources can be reduced on the university with the partners stepping up and providing those. Next slide. And then I call it a prerequisites. And he used the expression that before they consummated this partnership and marriage, there were some prerequisites that they put in place. Oxnard and Xavier have a long-standing relationship in one critical area, clinical training sites. You have to have those in medical education, and they've had that since the 1980s for the pharmacy school. Next, over the last 7 years, they started a physician assistant program, an area where 76% of the workforce is white. They have now graduated their third class with roughly 40 students in each. Next slide. Again, building on that partnership, they developed a master's program in genetic counseling where 87% of the workforce is white. They're looking at the first intake in 2024. And finally, not just joint academic programs, but in the area of medical research, Oxnard and Xavier put forth the Institute for Health Equity and Research, designed to improve overall health for Louisiana residents while reducing health inequities. Again, this provided a committee an idea of what the blueprints can look like for our particular venture when we move forward to that. Next slide. So it also doesn't hurt to have a financial gift from Bloomberg Philanthropies to the tune of $5 million in seed funding. Next slide. Next slide. The committee also looked at some preliminary costs on what it would cost to put together College of Medicine programs. Here with the University of Illinois, a startup cost could range around $37 million, $18 million with infrastructure and facilities investment, and an annual operating expense of around $35 million. University of Central Florida, the facilities there cost is around $82 million, which ties to what Dr. Cione indicated would cost in Louisiana around that 80 to 100 million if a new facility was to be constructed, and around 20 million for annual operational costs. And then we also looked at a PA program in northern Arizona where the annual operating cost would be around 10.5 million. One of the findings that came out of the tremendous research that was put forth is that because of COVID, a lot of our physicians started experiencing burnout. And that led to an inflection and infusion of not just nurse practitioners, but also physician assistants who work very closely with the physicians in helping tend to patients. Many of us who visit our physicians today probably would see that nurse practitioner or that PA before we even see the physician. So that was one of the areas that Xavier built as an undergirding to starting their medical program. Next slide. Path forward. So what could the path forward look like? Number one, we need to build a partnership, a strong collaboration with one or several of the existing healthcare providers. In our area, we have Our Lady of the Lake, we have Baton Rouge General, Women's Hospital, and of course, Ochsner Health is also a big fixture in our community. And one may say, why? Why would that path forward be one that would be viable? Well, number one, we see that in the Xavier partnership. Joint academic programs to strengthen our allied health programs that we have. And that was part of the vision when the president indicated for the committee to look not just at the medical school, but also how we may potentially expand allied health programs that can undergird a medical program. Why another reason for partnerships? Medical research, that is so critical. Clinical training sites, assistance with facilities, infrastructure, whether it's a new facility or a renovation of an existing facility our partner may have. Laboratory equipment, accreditation support, and scholarships. And finally, last slide. Next slide. And in closing, the research has been done, a pathway has been laid that will require a big step towards collaboration and partnership. And when we think about healthcare, I kind of thought this was a good slide to end with. Healthcare impacts everyone. To meet our health equity goals, to reduce health disparities, we need to look at launching a medical school that is dedicated to training a diverse physician base who represent the communities we serve. I know Kendrick Lamar came out with his hip hop song, Not Like Us, but we definitely want to see more physicians that look like us when we visit our hospitals and clinics. So with that, those are the images on the screen. That's what we're looking forward towards building, and I'm happy to take any questions. And Mr. President, also, I know you may have some comments. I yield to you, sir.
How about yielding to me first? Maybe we have several
I'm
chairmen
sorry.
at this table.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Now we can talk about questions, but were you addressing a comment were you addressing in this presentation the concern that Mr. Shorty had raised? We get there. You know where I'm going with this question. Were you addressing also his concerns about where this is all taking us? You know, have you gotten there?
Right, yes. So the committee has worked for the last 4 months. And so the 3 charges that were given to the committee, one is to establish the research basis, what the state of healthcare in Louisiana is to express demand. Board of Regents, any of those need to have that expressly done through research. So that one has been addressed. Number 2, the workforce need. We have a shortage that's been clearly established by empirical data. The third question becomes, what pathways should Southern look at towards building its own medical program? And at this point, where the committee has looked at the Xavier model, the next step would be for our research consultant to bring forth additional pathways by which Southern could look at establishing a medical program. The Xavier pathway is not the only way. And then the last piece President and I spoke about is to now step forward to building a collaboration, a partnership with a major health provider who can assist us in taking that next step.
Will you provide us with a timeline chart on what is going to take place by what time? Do we know when we expect to put together an application to submit either to the legislature but for this board approval?
Absolutely, and I'll lean on the president on that particular item. As the committee does its work, we've talked about setting the collaboration partnership that would play a role in building the timeline.
Mr. President, do we have a timeline chart on how we're going to progress to get this done, to fulfill it?
The direct answer is no, we're not right at this moment. But if that's the charge you want to give to the committee as their next work, we should do that.
It would seem to me that the committee doing that should have an outline so that we can
we can keep up with it along the way and know what we've got a legislative session coming up, for example, will we be prepared to make a presentation at that time?
I think that would be a little soon. It depends on how much work and what sort of ask we want to make. There's probably a little more detailed work that we need to do that quickly for the next legislative session.
The reason
I think the big thing we need to do is and ask the legislature for is the startup cost to fund the ongoing work. I mean, we're going to need to probably hire an outside consultant to develop this program. That's not going to be cheap. The kind of person that Xavier has leading them, a former vice president of a medical school, probably going to be $200,000 to $300,000 to bring somebody on board to do that work. That request we probably should get in front of them sooner as opposed to later.
Yeah, because when I listened to Representative Jordan talk about the next session and the follow-up of the resolution, you're going to have something that shows what timeline is going to take to accomplish all this. And when you're talking about trying to use 1.3 billion as part of that, you're going to have to be able to show what parts of that are going to be staged in over a period of time. And someone has to do that, Dr. Penny.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr.
I have one. Dr. Penning, thank you for your presentation. For me, seeing the first part of your presentation with information, and one of the things you showed was for us as African Americans, what affects us the most: heart disease, diabetes, cardiovascular issues. And for me, I put extra emphasis on that. Growing up in a family-owned business of funeral homes, it was a time when it was just a lot of older people we were burying, But here, a lot of the folks that we're servicing are young folks. And when I say young, they're under the age of 50. They're not getting shot. They're not getting stabbed. It is the challenges of their health. And it is important because I get to see these families when they come in. They're heartbroken at the loss of someone, a grandmother. A lot of times these folks won't get to see their grandkids grow up if they're passing in their 50s. And I believe that we as this board are in a position that has not been done before in the history of this university over 100 years to be able to bring a facility. Now, it's not going to happen overnight. And I know some of you may be impatient to think it can happen tomorrow. It's not. But it has to start somewhere. And it has to start with us. And we can make it happen. But it's going to take a drive and an effort and a tenacity to keep pushing it through. And that's why our partnership with the legislature, with this board, and folks that are on these committees are so important to keep this momentum going. We're going to help families. We're going to help people. That's what's going to happen. But it's going to take time. It's going to take time.
Thank you, Mr. Fondell. Mr. Shorty. And
so, Dr. Penning, I appreciate your presentation, but I guess my issue, as Dr. Tarver addressed, still stands. I don't really feel like I've been informed as to what progress we've made. I understand that there is a need. I think we all understood that there was a need prior to the presentation. It was a given that it's a need, given that North Baton Rouge doesn't have a medical facility, that there's a shortage of HBCUs that have medical facilities, and we're all aware of the number of African Americans that are in the medical profession, and that there's a shortage of African American physicians. What I was looking for, and what I would like to see in the future, is what site have you picked? Where would this facility go? What would the startup cost be? What would the consultant cost? Where are you pulling your students from? What would the tuition be? Things that this board would end up looking to and being tasked with making decisions on. Mm-hmm. The things that you would need in an application to the Board of Regents aren't things that should come to us. Those are those precursor things, those selling points for the Board of Regents, I don't think are anything that we're going to make decisions on. I want to see nuts and bolts numbers to know if this is feasible And I haven't seen anything to tell me whether it's feasible or not feasible. We know there's a need, but I think we got to go back to the drawing board. And I get your point, but for 4 months, I was expecting more. And if this is the pace that we're going to move, it's going to take way longer than it should take, because I don't really feel I have any more information about where Southern is in this process. I got a lot of information about where Xavier is, and I'm not sure I really want to follow the Xavier model, because they are just beginning, and they are. I don't know if they. I don't want to say they. I don't want to be derogatory in my comments, but for an institution that is just starting a year ago in their process, I don't know if they are the pattern that I want to follow, because they are learning, and I don't necessarily know if they've got it together yet. So come back to us with something where I have an understanding of if this is a feasible deal for us to do.
Attorney Rutledge.
Well, and I don't necessarily mean this as a criticism at all, but I share and adopt everything Mr. Shorty said. And the only other point that I wanted to make is, Mr. President, it seems to me the morbidities, all of that's well known, but that is not, in my opinion, is going to convince the people that we've got to convince that this is necessary. That's number one. Number two, I think we need to be able to demonstrate in a meaningful way that this is financially feasible. All right. I think it's foolhardy to think that the legislature is going to fund 100% of this. And I think we ought to aggressively look at external partners like the Franciscan Missionaries of Louisiana, Ashna, some of these other larger concerns within the healthcare community to partner with us, and that we go to the legislature with a stake in the game, so to speak, as opposed to simply with our head in hand saying we need all of the revenue to make this happen from you guys, because you're on top of the financial picture here in this state. And I just don't know whether or not that's practical. So I'm sure you've given some thought to what private concerns might and philanthropic concerns might be willing to support such an initiative. But I think that would be very important if we're going to make this happen. And I would like to see all of what Mr. Shorty talked about in terms of some specifics. And I understand it's a process that you got to get there, but I don't think we're anywhere near getting ready to go to the regents or anybody else to ask for anything based on the information that we currently have.
All right, Shell, are there any other questions or comments before we go?
Yes.
Mr. President?
I think we got 2 minutes. Appreciate the direction the board is giving, what their expectation is.
There it goes. We'll take that on advisement and move it. This is going to take sort of a methodical approach to do this, knowing now what you want us to report back on. We probably should put this on the board agenda each month to give you an update as to the progress on that front.
Mr. Chairman.
We also have to be mindful of reality. What is the political climate for embracing this? I'm just going to be candid. You can have all the money that's required to make this next step, but if you don't have a legislature that's embracing it, and we may, hopefully we do, we have to be practical. Are we prioritizing correctly? Have we had the conversations with the stakeholders in the legislature yet? See what their appetite is?
Not at this time, no, sir.
You didn't have anything to take to them.
Well, if we have all the money and all the solutions, what's the appetite? That's where we need to start, probably. And let's get over that hurdle before we invest $300,000 or $400,000 in a consultant, because we need to come with conditions being such that we have the money. We have all the resources. The data's clearly there. But what I don't have a clear answer on is if we have all the underlying things that we need to present to the legislature, Board of Regents, what's their tolerance? What's their feelings about this?
Thanks, sir. Attorney Clayton?
Mr. President, to hear you say that we didn't have what we need to bring to it yet is akin to, well, that's on you and your staff. I mean, for me to sit up here for 30 minutes to hear him regurgitate that Black folks are predisposed to diabetes and high blood pressure is just a colossal waste of time. If you listen to Representative Jordan when he talked about Southern being the best of the best, maybe you should read that memo, because then I'm expecting here to hear the best that you have to offer to come to me to talk exactly about what Mr. Shorty and my colleague to my right just talked about, to bring me some it can be pharmaceutical companies, it can be Oshner, it can be anyone that would team up with you and carve out some land and say, hey, here's where we're going. The way that Chancellor Pierre and folks handle that Center for Academic Excellence, they put a plan in place. They came through. They met with the state police the other day, and they're doing it. And so it's to have you bring to us stuff where we just reading to us or reading to me, that's like third grade. Let's start putting forth some real action from this administration where we are doing stuff. And I don't mean to be negative with it, but just to come here for 30 minutes to hear that, I don't think this administration is getting it. This can happen. I think it can definitely happen. And I'm following on Dr. Whitfield's leadership on this. We got one of the best doctors in the country. I don't care what color he is, but Whitfield has done well by folks. And I think he can lead us and show us how to get it done. But kudos to y'all little presentation, but let's get it done.
Okay, Mr. Fondell, is
Yeah,
there
thank
anyone
you.
after him?
This is a part of it. There are going to be folks that are going to have different opinions, and that's what's the best part about this body. We can debate this, but we can figure it out. It ain't going to be pretty. It's going to take some time, but it has to start somewhere. So this conversation from everyone that is here is productive. It may not seem like it right now, but at some point in time, we're going to be like we were at the last meeting when we have our first set of doctors that are going to come here, but it will take time, and it is a part of it. I'm confident in the committee that's been put together. There are some dedicated folks that are on this committee that has been put together, and one of them is here right now. I'm going to ask him to come up and for him to be recognized here. Mr. Roy, if you would, please come up at this time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is it you've
I'm
invited up,
sorry.
sir?
Mr. Chairman, if you would, I'd like to ask someone to come up to the mic, if you please.
Ask who?
One of the committee members.
Oh, committee members.
Yes.
Okay. Certainly.
And we'll do this in all due respect. I don't think we need to go on and on. We know what the pulse is right now. So we'll hear from Mr. Roy if that's the pleasure of the chair, and then we're going to move.
Certainly. Is the gentleman ready? Is he here? The person you want to invite?
Yes, he's here.
Oh.
Can we get his phone number?
Committee members and
you want to give him a mic? I can't hear you.
I can just take it from here. To the committee members, president, and chancellors. It's an honor to actually be part of the committee for the medical school. And, just a little bit about my background. I'm a graduate of Southern, 68, and come from a little place called Jennings. And I can tell you stories and stories, but to Mr. Lawson's point, it ain't about the money this day and time. It's about the culture. There are two drivers, okay? And I say this because I'm also outside consultant. We have our own company. And one of the things we come here for is to recognize that there's a culture disparity, institutional racism, let's call it. So it's not about money. So Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, had to fight diligently to get Affordable Care Act passed. So if you go back to Truman and the like, you can see how how the disparities has continued on. But I'm a graduate of Meharry, okay? And if you look at the Flexner report, are you familiar with the Flexner report? Okay. The Flexner report tell you specifically that they had to reduce. Back then, I think in 1900, there were about maybe 18 black medical schools. The Flexner report by Abraham Flexner cut it down because they wanted the standard of education and the like, to the MCAT and the like. And what that did, that led to the disparities that we see now. Presently, last time I counted, there were about 160 white medical schools, maybe more, compared to 4, now 5 with Xavier. So when we talk about the disparities, economic disparities, educational disparities, then you can see all of that really falls on the back of Southern, the system, to offset that. It's going to take some time. But I know, just listening to the reports and other committee members, that we have the resources and the commitment. But we need the backing of legislation, people like yourself, to come together in a systematic way to do that. It's going to take some time. We didn't get here overnight, and certainly it's going to take some time to unravel it. Yeah, so we're here committed for the purpose, and we ain't going nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, last comment. You spoke about pharmaceutical companies. Now, I'm a PharmD back when had to break the barriers at Southern Cal, #1 pharmacy school back in the time. Also took care of Ronald Reagan when he was attempted assassination, okay? Don't hear of it, okay? Point I'm making is, it's the educational drive bringing us forward to the spirit of the Holy Spirit that has given us the resiliency to endure those issues. So when we talk about the development expansion, big pharma, okay, they're going to come in, they're going to give you the money, but they want to control. They want to control. They're going to set your standards. We can't allow that. We've come too far. So we have my experience with IRB, Institutional Reform, Charles Drew, Texas Southern, okay? This is what we bring, but I have my son, who we partner together with, Diabetic Relief and other big companies, okay, that lends itself to technology. Let's be real. Technology and data now is no more than social data collected from us, okay? Technology, social data that they collect from us to determine how medicine is going to be practiced in the future. We have all of those resources. We just need to come together and establish a mission. And we're doing that. That's going to promote health equity. Now, the World Health Organization describes health equity, or health itself, not only from a medical or mental, but also the social well-being. If the university doesn't have the fundings, the endowment, yes, there's an issue. But most important, we need the culture, the drive, the foundation why this HBCU was established. That's the drive. That's the selling point. That's the driver. So I totally agree that money is important, but more important, you got to know where you're going and what your purpose is. Thank you.
1 second, sir.
You know, Mr. Roy, you're spot on.
It's Ray. It's Ray. R-A-Y.
He said Roy.
Yeah, Dr. Ray.
Dr. Ray, I apologize. I didn't know.
That's all right.
All right. But Dr. Ray, you're spot on when you allude to the pharmaceutical companies. I represented the state, and we settled the state case. The Attorney General did, but we haven't settled East Baton Rouge Parish with Big Farm. And we hadn't settled a whole bunch of the parishes. But the point I was trying to make with the president is you just opened my eyes to something that I'm not one of the lawyers for the parish, but we should go in with Big Farm and say, hey, put a 15, 20 million aside for Southern to do a hospital or a medical school up here. But that's just what you and I are conversing about now is what I'm trying to get through to the administration. I need a Dr. Ray like you to come in and say, hey guys, let's think this thing out and let's go from there. I don't know if it's too late with Big Farm with the state. I know the governor got over $100-some million for the state. I mean, the Attorney General, but that's, you brought up a good point. And ask again, Mr. President, engage us to see what your feelers are out there. If you got any connections, so that we can see if we can find some money to make this happen, as opposed to just keep talking about it. But there's some monies out there, and I think we can find some.
Yeah, that's why I say Dr. Whitfield and Mr. Lawson, and of course, President Shield and my dear Chancellor sit. We know about the issues, but we have to address the purpose, the mission. It can't just be about money. We know the disparities. The disparities started way back. When you talk about risk factors for high risk mortality, that ain't nothing new. But let's go back to our history, and you see our history, we shall overcome. Well, I'm tired of hearing that. Let's do something about it. The Affordable Care Act has opened up doors, okay? And I'm happy to see that Louisiana, two years ago, opened up Affordable Care Act. That's not only just for the community. By the way, we're community-based. We're tired of the academics. We want to see some action, okay? Diabetic relief. That's what we want to integrate our programs here so we can redefine the structure and our needs in this community. City of Baton Rouge. That's what's happening across the country. Kaiser Permanente has just opened up their medical school. You know what they're calling it? The Black and Brown Focus, social determinants, because they realize that we have not addressed as a country the disparities that exist in this country. And it's no secret. Hell, that's what Trump is running on. He's the savior. Come on, we know better. We know better.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. We have had a considerable discussion, Mr. Chairman. I want to move on to the next item, information item. Thank you very much, sir. That's information item B, discuss admissions criteria, SUBR. Chancellor Pierre.
Yes, Dr. Tarver and members of the committee. Just want to say a few brief comments. We have been looking at what we're learning from our admissions that we have been missing for several years, and we've seen a decline of those students with ACTs at about 20 to 22 or 23 in terms of ACT scores. And several years ago, when Southern was suffering with respect to enrollment, there was a push to get the designation of Southern with respect to admissions as an HBCU, so that we didn't go back completely to open admissions, but we went to a different type of admission standard that had a lot of variety. So while we focus on bringing in students with respect to access and opportunity, we have missed the boat with respect to those students that we believe can do well, but we don't have to necessarily worry about them having an over-the-top ACT score, but we do need to have more of those students in that range. And we have redoubled our efforts in this particular situation. We've been working with Top Jags. We're actually going to have a Top Jags preview day on November 16th. And we've been really focused on looking at those students, identifying those students, and making sure that we give those students extra effort without abandoning our mission as an institution to be a school of access and opportunity. We have to balance what we're doing in terms of trying to improve student outcomes.
Any questions of the Chancellor? Thank you very much, Chancellor Pierre. We go to item 7 of the business. Is there any other business before this committee at this time? Hearing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Been moved by Dr. Williams and seconded by Ms. Gilliam. You're silent adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. We'll go directly into facilities and ask the chair of that committee, Attorney Shorty, take charge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I get a roll call, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Present.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Mr. Myron Lawson. We have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Mr. Rutledge, seconded by Ms. Smith. The agenda is adopted. Any public comments? Any public comments germane to the Facilities and Property Committee? Seeing none, we will move on to action item 6A, capital outlay submissions. Mr. Dawson.
Thank you, Chairman Shorter, Facility Committee, and the committee, and thank you, Chairman Lawson, President Shields. As you know, we normally submit what we're looking at as far as projects or capital outlay. This list is what has been issued or what has been prepared for submission. I've also reached out to chancellors, and I know I added some things that Dr. Ammon submitted from New Orleans. So this list is comprehensive of what we're going to be moving forward with at the next legislative session. Keep in mind that they still have issues with over appropriation of the bill. So one of the major things is to continue to fight for the things that we currently have going on, projects that we currently have moving. But I think this list definitely lists that priority pretty efficiently with a definite plan of success. So we're asking for approval.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Dawson about the submission, the capital outlay submissions? Mr. Gillum.
All of our campuses on target to meet that November 1st e-court submission.
Yes, sir.
Good. Progress. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. Can I get a motion to approve action item 6A? Moved by Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge moves approval. Ms. Smith seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Action item 6A is approved. Now, Mr. Dawson, informational item, the capital outlay funded project list.
Yes, I mean, I think that was kind of mislisted a little bit, but let me just go over some areas that we've been moving forward with. As you know, we did work with the Public Service Commissioner in preparing projects that would be beneficial to the university and also help us with some of our much needed deferred maintenance item. $957,000 was spent on the F.G. Clark Activity Center for an energy saving project that dealing with a lot of controls. Commissioner Devontae Lewis supported that, and he continues to support other projects. Bottom line with that project is we're looking at $110,000 of annual savings on energy costs due to the project. Initially, we thought we only had 6 of the 16 units working. That's when we started the project. So now, because the controls are in place, all 16 are functioning, which saves a great deal of money capital outlay. And I'm not saying that some of those things are not old, that eventually need to be doing some repairs, but the controls made a considerable difference in success. So we have now, we had a cooling capacity of about 114 tons. Now the cooling capacity is 317 tons in the F.G. Clark Activity Center, an increase of about 2.5 times more than what we had. So again, the project was very successful, not only for providing a better air conditioning situation at the activity center, but also in dealing with savings to the university. Just want to go over a few projects real quick. We want to thank everyone for participating in the groundbreaking yesterday of the police station and safety complex. I mean, it was something that was well needed, and that is moving forward. We're continuing with other projects that we hope to be doing groundbreaking on pretty soon. The STEM building is one. I had a discussion with FPNC. That's just this week. The STEM building is one that we're looking at possibly breaking. Of course, we're looking at the demo of James Hall in order to move that particular project forward. But we don't want to demo James Hall too early when we could be using it. We have to make sure the schedule is consistent with what the CMAR process is calling for us to do. The nursing school project is under design. That is moving forward. So that particular architect is working with finalize that design. The HVAC projects at Stewart Hall, we expect that project to be starting in the very near future. Southern Lab is underway. I didn't see Dr. Whitfield is out, but I want to make sure he knows that process is under design. We're working with the architects on that project. The Lewis Collier projects at SUNO, that's something that we're concerned about, that science building. That's not, we are doing evaluation to determine if it's better to demo that building. Yeah, I agree with you, sir. To demo the building instead of trying to rebuild it. So, I mean, sometimes things get to a point of degradation that it's best to go ahead and demo it. The new work training facility, Chancellor Gannon and I have been working very closely with Caddo Parish with working out a agreement with them to locate the workforce training center in the area that we want to. We do have some funding so we can move into design as that. So as soon as that agreement has been finalized, we will take care of that. Global Innovation Center, we expect to maybe breaking ground on that, to do a groundbreaking on that at the first quarter of next year. T.H. Harris Lobby, the same. All those are going out for advertisement pretty soon. At SUNO, we are still moving forward with the nursing facility that is under design. That is moving forward quickly. The swine and poultry facility that we're doing, we have for that renovation of that building, we have bid openings this month. We also have the contracts for the road to the experimental station that's done. Just to let you know, I had some conversation on the mega shelter. The mega shelter was a project that we have talked about considerably. One of the issues with the mega shelter is that the FEMA dollars coming down in conjunction with the state dollars were not available. But it looks like there's some conversation about getting that project moved. So that will be great. And we'll be handling that. Deferred maintenance projects is what we're doing a considerable amount of. As you know, Act 751 allows us to spend a considerable amount of money on deferred maintenance. We have roofing projects. We just selected an architect on the Army building yesterday. That's a $4 million project that's going to take care of that roof. And also basically the shell. The Navy building is a deferred maintenance project that's underway. You're going to see activity on that building in probably the next month or so. We also have the Wade House roof, Mr. Chairman. The Wade House roof project is also in the process of being moved through with FP&C. The computer science building, the architects are looking at that building now. We're coming with the design on a computer science building to fix that roof. We also have the architects on the Union. That was a problem with the Union roof. That project is being done. And a myriad of HVAC projects at SUNO, sidewalk repair projects with deferred maintenance at this campus, as well as at Sussler and SUNO. We're looking at drainage project with deferred maintenance dollars at Sussler. I can say that we'll continue to work hard to make sure that every dollar that has been allocated, the $15 million or so for this particular fiscal year, will be utilized and will be encumbered. So I want to thank my team for doing so and the support of the president, the chair of this board, facility chair, for everything you've done, because it takes all of us to make sure that this happens. So that concludes my overview, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Mr. Clayton, then Mr. Fondale, then Mr. Gillum.
Mr. Dawson, I took it upon myself to go look for a spot to put this, if the board sees fit to let it go through today, the Center for Academic Excellence Intelligence Center. And I went up to the 4th floor of the library, and I'm wondering if Chancellor Pierre and or the president ever take a walk around the campus to look at it. The water fountains that the kids drink from are full of rust. The ceiling tiles are missing. I happened to stumble upon in the corner, way back in the corner, the bell that was on this campus 150 years ago when it was a plantation. They rung the bell for the slaves to come eat. Dr. Clark in 1914 took that bell, placed it on this campus, and rung it as a symbol of opening the school. And it's stuck in the corner, being scratched up and just. Now, I'm going to ask who on this campus ever take a walk around. I also walked into I guess that's the political science building. And there are 2x4s exposed. There's like wiring coming out of the walls. The paintings all sheetrock's like patched up. Who's over facilities? And I'm going to lean on my chairperson, Mr. Shorty, and ask that he take a contingency of us to take a walk around the campus, because I don't know if the administration is doing it. And I respectfully ask that of you, Mr. Shorty, and I'll go so that we can, this deferred maintenance money, y'all can start painting, fixing the ceiling tiles, and please don't have kids drinking out of rusty water fountains. You wouldn't do it. And lastly, can we move that bell back here, set it up here, put it in a glass enclosure. So the bell means something, guys. We can't just take our culture and our history and stick it somewhere up. And I know I'm coming across real pessimistic, but this is true. And lastly, if you pass by Nelson Mandela School of Public Policy, the F is missing off the letters. I mean, nobody's ever saw that. I'm just saying as a board member, I ride around the campus sometimes. But your facility, who's up? I know we did something with facilities, and so now it's just on the back burner. Please, those are 2 buildings, and if any one of you go walk through those 2 buildings, you will be ashamed. Ceiling tiles. I can't imagine that the president didn't see that and then tell Chancellor Pierre to go fix it. I just can't imagine that, because if that were at my house, I would do it myself or have my children go and fix it. And I'm only asking you, treat this place like it belongs to the kids 100 years from now. Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fondale?
Thank you. On yesterday, around between 5 and 5:30, for me was a very, very proud day here at Southern University. We dedicated a new police station. It had been 70 years, almost 70 years, and it was said on yesterday, the facility that we had there. And I don't think there was a board back then that initiated all of that. But this board, with the wisdom of this board and the support of this administration, committees, yourself, and all of us here, we have a new station, a new police station that's going to be here. It should add to the confidence when these families are dropping their children off, dropping their young adults off for the first time to come up here on campus, to know that there's a station that is right there. There are checkpoints that are here, making sure that they're safe. But I believe we can still do more. I believe we can do more when it comes down to the safety. And I would challenge the administration, I would challenge our chancellor here at the SUBR campus to look into implementing the Watchman program that they had back here in the 2000s. And what that program did was it provided officers that were on the ground, that were patrolling the campus after hours for our students. So I would ask the administration, I would ask the chancellor if he would look into it. I think there have been some requests that have already been made, and I think we're a lot closer to it than we actually know. So I just want to say yesterday again was a very great day for Southern University system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fondale. Mr. Gillum?
Thank you, Chairman Shorty. Ken, I believe you made a reference to, in Caddo Parish, something relating to the workforce
Yes, sir.
facility. Is that going to be a renovation of the old Newton Smith School, or is that a new facility?
That's what we're working on. So that's the agreement that we're getting from Caddo Parish.
That's the school system, right?
Yes, the school system. Yes, sir. And I think we're pretty close. I know legal has been working on it. So that's the plan. The plan is the renovation of that school.
Of Newton Smith.
Yes.
Which, for those who are not familiar, is contiguous to the Sussex campus.
Yes.
Immediately contiguous to it. I did not hear you mention, Ken, the project that's on mine.
Sure.
You know where I'm going.
Absolutely.
On Chancellor Ken's Mine and Mine. Of course, I didn't hear a reference in terms of what the status is. Design, ready to start.
On the gym, yeah.
HP, the health, PE, gym, and we use it as a combined facility.
Yes.
What's the status?
Yes, I will give you the status. In fact, this group and as well as the team submitted everything to the state to get this funded. The project is shovel ready. Designs are completely done and ready to go.
Design is finished?
Design is finished. The design is finished now. We're still working. We're going to have to, we'll be talking to the president about it. We need to have a meeting with possibly the commissioner, division of administration, to move some things forward. We have a good plan that how we can get the money to make sure that we're trying to start this in January. And I told Chancellor again, our goal is we want to start construction in January, but we still have some hurdles to go through. Yes, sir. That's the goal. That's the goal. We have some hurdles that we still have to cover, but just as I said, on the project list, that project is funded even in the next session, so to keep the project moving. So we're in a good place.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. Ms. Dudley?
Just follow up what Mr. Gillum asked, going back to Newton Smith. We're working on it means what's the status?
Well, the status, I mean, I have to get with our legal. I think that the last the goal was, there was some discussion about whether the project could be donated or and things to another public educational facility. I think that it was some detail to find out that there is some statute that allows that to happen. I don't know if we have, or maybe I let legal.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So it's my understanding that there is some consternation or deliberation as to whether or not the property itself can be transferred over and donated. I think Caddo Parish was hopeful that it could be a long-term lease. And based upon my understanding of the funds to upgrade and to renovate the facility, FP&C will need us to own the land. And so we're working with them to determine how to transfer that property over to us so we can just start that.
And you saying Caddo Parish, I mean the school system? The school
I'm sorry.
system, not the parish. So where are we in working through that? What's the next step expectation to work through that?
So I know Associate General Counsel Morgan is planning already. We met with Chancellor Gann, and we're going to reach out to them this afternoon just to see what their next steps are. But we believe it's appropriate and possible for them to move forward. They just need to make a determination on whether or not that's something they want to proceed with the donation.
Thank you.
And I can say that the school board meetings we've had, Chancellor Gann, I've been up there a couple of times to meet with the school board with her. They are in complete support of this happening. It's just working out the legal details, but they're in complete support.
Well, and I'll just end with Mr. Gillum and myself are certainly available to work and help facilitate with any of this when these things are extending in their time. There's been a turnover and change in the leadership of the school system that could cause delays. We have advocates and allies there. So we invite, and I can't emphasize that enough, that use your board members who are willing to help expedite. We don't want to do your job, but we want to help you do it and give with the tools that you need and use the resources that we have to help.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to say, you alluded to it, and I want to make sure people don't overlook the significance of what Commissioner Lewis has done, Devontae Lewis, the Public Service Commissioner. He has done a phenomenal job channeling his resources that he has as a Public Service Commissioner to this campus. Mr. Clayton, Board Member Clayton, alluded to the library. I've also walked through that library as recently as yesterday, quite frankly. I got coffee, spoke with the kids. I left there and I went to the Union, walked through the Union. I went to Chick-fil-A and ate breakfast. So I also walked through the campus and I see a whole lot of deferred maintenance, and I agree.
Yes.
And you know, that's like a comment we reported.
Yes.
I don't want to beat up on the team members on this campus and the workers on the campus.
Yeah.
There's something called deferred maintenance, and you hear about it. Every state institution that I know of is challenged with deferred maintenance. The money's just not there. We're not getting it from the state. As simple as tile appears to be, when an air conditioning unit is out, you got to make a decision whether you replace the tile or you put air conditioning in these units that the dormitories of schools that are housing the students. So, true, a lot of that is accurate, and they have been crying in the wilderness. Both of you have, President, and certainly Mr. Dawson, trying to get some deferred maintenance. How much did we get this month addition to what, this year?
This year we have about 15 million that we were able to get, which was above more than just the most that we've ever
So
received.
that's
And it's still like we have 100, maybe 200 million or 300 million dollars of deferred maintenance.
I don't want it to be said that we're not now, because we've been yelling.
Right.
We haven't been getting the money. So I didn't want. He stopped at a comma, not a period.
Okay.
We're starting to get money because we're asking. We're yelling about it. We're getting the money because I visited with Commissioner Devontae, and he did far more than lights that are fancy. And we're one of the first universities in the state. I think LSU just got that didn't cost us any money.
Right.
It saved us energy.
Yes.
The lights he talked about in the library, that's because of the relationship we have with Commissioner. How much are we getting to invest?
Well, it's about $1 million in the library, and that project is winding up now. So if you go in the library now, you're going to see it's much well lit than it was. I passed there yesterday, and you can really see it's well lit. That project is finishing up.
So again, don't overlook the water fountains because they need to be what they are, but kids drinking bottled water now. So maybe we need to put the bottled water out there that we can put out there. But I thought the priority should be adequate lighting. The lighting was not adequate in the library. And of all places you need to have lighting, it should be the library. But the tiling and all that's in the making, Dr. Tarver's in here. We also walked through the library together. There's some exciting things that will be happening as it relates to museum pieces that will be going through there to help with the learning experience and calming effects. So again, kudos to everybody that's involved. I didn't want folks to think that you have and the administration has been sitting on their thumbs doing nothing and not crying out to deferred maintenance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. President, before we turn to you, I do want to echo what Chairman Lawson said. I think no one was surprised who's been on this campus to find that the state had underfunded us to $1 billion. It's reflective in the buildings. That's not necessarily reflective on anybody's not performing as they should. Mr. President, and then Mr. Rutledge.
So start here. We did get more deferred maintenance money this year, and I want to thank our elected officials, Representative Carpenter, Senator Fields, the Legislative Black Caucus. They got the appropriations chair to come and actually see what things look like, and it changed the whole tenor of the conversation. And I think what is important to note is that not only do we get more money we ever had this year, but the state put together a plan as a result of a visit to Southern University's campus and observing to address $1.6 billion of deferred maintenance beginning in 2026.
Yes.
And we're sitting in this building right now because of much needed repairs on J.S. Clark.
Yes, sir.
There's just a lot of hard work that's going on. It starts, quite frankly, at the presidential level, engaging the legislature and getting our government relations team together and spending hour after hour, and the support of board members also to get the money at the high end to it and have it trickle down. Not only the deferred maintenance money, but specific money to repair the air conditioning on the student center and the air conditioning in the law center.
Yes.
So it's a lot of work. Now, the last thing I'd say to you is part of my work to make presentations to two different legislative committees. We took a look at, because they're talking about cutting us, right? First, it was $250 million to higher education, and then it was $100 million. And I had to present to them two things. I always talk about the deferred maintenance, but I also talk about the incredible damage that was done to this institution by the extraordinary budget cuts of over a decade ago. There's not a unit on this campus that's even anywhere close to fully staffed. And it starts with the groundskeepers. We have 2 plumbers on this campus. Holy cow. And I don't want to give short shrift.
You did say holy cow, didn't you?
Yeah. And I don't want to give short shrift to Suno and Susla, but we all suffer from this. And so sometimes things don't get fixed because we only have a third of the people we need to get that stuff done.
Yes.
And I would ask the board's forbearance as we're making progress on those fronts. We're doing things on the finance side and enrollment side that will stabilize our revenue and enable us to make the investments in the human capital we need to get these things done.
Sure.
I'll leave it at that.
The president made the point that I was going to make with regard to the legislature has finally made a much long-needed decision to fund deferred maintenance costs. And I think we got the first tranche this year, just like everybody else did. And there's a path forward that you've already submitted to the legislature in terms of what your needs are. So hopefully we'll see the remediation of some of these issues system-wide in the days ahead.
Yes, sir. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just to say, I want to differentiate between deferred maintenance and normally O&M. Deferred maintenance with the state is not an emergency. Deferred maintenance is not moving right now. It's a long process that we have to go through from, even though those where they were approved with the legislature, we still have to go through a long process, even getting approval to advertise. See what I'm saying? To get approval to advertise a project to go out. So it takes a long process. So it's not an immediate thing. It just some clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. I'm almost ready to bring this beleaguered committee meeting to a close. That concludes informational item 7A. Okay,
Yes,
thank you. We'll move now to other business. And the only other business that we've got for Facilities and Property Committee. Several months ago, as we previously reported, several members of the board and the administration traveled to Dallas to visit with Overland Partners to discuss possible event, a global gateway village, which would include certain upgrades to the stadium, certain upgrades to the area around the stadium to provide an enhanced experience for individuals visiting the campus and attending the games. And this board graciously allowed Mr. Dawson to negotiate a CEA with Overland Partners, which we're very excited about that we've got, and council has been reviewing, the president's office has been reviewing. And the idea is to look at where we can upgrade parts of the stadium and provide a luxury experience to those patrons who want to be provided a luxury experience, and how that will pencil out and whether or not certain things are financially feasible and how much additional revenue that will bring to the university. So we've got the CEA. Council's reviewing the CEA. I read the CEA. There's a little bit of tweaking that needs to happen. Hopefully we'll have it before the board next month. If Ms. Blosh doesn't throw something at me, she's been working diligently on it and the president's looked at it. So hopefully we'll have something for finalization next month so that we can start having a more robust discussion about upgrades to the stadium complex. Anything else for the Facilities and Property Committee? Seeing nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Ms. Smith. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman Attorney Shorty. We're going to ask that we go directly into the Finance Committee, and the chair of that committee, Dr. Alanda Williams, take charge of her committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like a roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Orlando Williams.
Present.
Mrs. Ann Smith. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Ms. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Mr. Myron K. Lawson. We have quorum.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. It's moved by Mr. Rutledge, second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. There are no public comments. Item 5, action items. Request approval for the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget request and addenda. Southern University Board of Supervisors Administration, Southern University and A&M College, Southern University Law Center, Southern University New Orleans, Southern University Shreveport, Southern University Agricultural Research and Extension Center. I'll entertain a motion to accept.
Move.
Moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. The informational items, there are interim and financial reports attached. Is there any other business? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move.
Moved and second. We stand adjourned.
That was short as deferred maintenance. I tell you. Thank you, Dr. Williams. We'll go to the Governance Committee in the absence of the chair, actually the vice chair, Dr. Whitfield, call this committee to order.
Yes, sir. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield, Dr. Leon Tarver II, Ms. Christy Reeves, Ms. Dana Bailey, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Mr. Myron Lawson, Myron K. Lawson.
Good enough, President.
We have a quorum.
Now move to agenda item for the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Move.
So moved by Lawson, a second. Second, all in favor? All those in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, move to public comments. And in public comments germane to this agenda item, or excuse me, to this committee. Hearing none, we'll move to action item 5A, request approval of policies on policy Southern University system. Trespass ban policy, number 1. Number 2, Americans with Disabilities Act and the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act policy revised. Number 3, Disability Services policy revised. Number 4, Service and Emotional Support Animal policy revised. Number 5, Non-Academic Disciplinary Proceedings policy revised. And number 6, Uniform Policy on Campus Free Speech revised. Do I have a motion?
I move 5A and global. Move 5A and global, Mr. Vice Chair.
May I ask a question about?
We have a question from member.
Hold that question.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the trespass ban policy. And I don't know who my question should be directed to. Is it you, Mrs. Blosh? Is it your office draft this? All right. I see it's a new policy. Was there any particular event or was there something that drove the development of this policy? Did we attempt to ban somebody and realize that we didn't have a policy that authorized us to do it?
So it's my understanding that we needed some uniformity within the campuses on how to do this with the different departments.
And my only concern is that the reasons given for which a person may be banned are highly subjective, number 1. Number 2, it allows any police officer to issue a ban for an undetermined length, and it stays in place until it's revoked by the police chief at the respective campus. And beyond that, there is no additional due process afforded anybody if they are banned. I guess I would like to see, and if there's any concern about this, whether or not any thought was given to if a person were banned and appealed the ban to the police chief and the police chief affirmed it, whether or not that individual would have the right to appeal the ban to the chancellor of the campus to be the final determinant or arbiter as to whether or not the ban should be revoked or continued. Is there any heartburn over that?
I'm going to ask that System Director Sams come up and speak to that.
Is this the System Director for Compliance?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay, I
sir.
didn't know who that was. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, and honorable board members. My name is Jeremiah Sams. I am your System Director for Compliance. And so what we did was memorialize the process that was currently happening on most of the campuses. So that particular type of ban is only for people who are not affiliated with the university. They are not students and they're not employees or former employees. Anything that's a student, that would have to go through student affairs so that we are.
Oh, no, I get that. The policy makes that clear. My concern is that, say you're a season book holder for football. You're not an employee, you're not a student, and there is an incident. Again, the policy, the reasons given for which a person may be banned are highly subjective. And it says that any police officer can issue the ban for an undetermined length. And so your only right to appeal this is to the chief of police, who is the final say. My concern is that it seems to me that if we're going to do that, absent any due process whatsoever, that perhaps if the chief of police affirms his or her officer's ban, that at least the person ought to have the right to appeal the ban to the chancellor of the respective campus.
We can definitely put that in there if that is the will of the board. We just memorialize the process that was currently happening.
I got you. Mr. Chairman, Acting Chairman Whitfield, I'm not on the committee, so I can't make the motion, but if I'm alone in my thinking, I'll let it go. But it just.
I think that's worth it putting that. gotten a tenure of the recommendation is made by non-board committee member Rutledge. I'll make that motion on his behalf. As a second to the tenor of his motion.
Brandon, maybe we can add that to yours. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any objection?
I think we're modifying the,
Modifying it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That we modified that, but, so modified, I guess we just need to make a motion on the other ones in Globo. So now I make that motion.
Second by anyone? Second by Dr. Tarver. All those in favor?
All right.
Action item 6, informational items. A, faculty responsibility for in-person teaching.
Yes. I just wanted, good morning again to the committee and the board. Just wanted to let the board know that, and Dr. Young can elaborate more, that we have been looking at the modality of teaching. And as we said in previous times before, one of our concerns was there seemed to be a practice of some faculty members changing the modality in terms of in-person to remote. And so we wanted to send out a clear message that that is not something we want to happen. We got the board to approve a policy related to student attendance in in-person classes. We thought it only fair to say faculty. We did what you asked us to do, and now we're asking you to do the piece that you want to make sure that you understand what you're supposed to do. And that's why we implemented, we got this policy for the campus, and any consideration anybody may want to have for the system that can be done at some other point.
I certainly think that's appropriate and supports that message that needed to be sent out. And I also asked the chancellor to take a deeper dive into these areas in which the professors have a high tendency to not afford students opportunity to pass. It's in the most delicate way I can. People used to ask why so many kids failing. Now I'm asking why we failing so many kids. And I'm asking for empirical data of those professors and throughout the system that are challenged with how students getting out of their courses. Now, we understand some areas in the STEM area are challenging. That being the case, but we have folk teaching freshman seminar, we have 35–40% of the class pass, and then that leads me to believe we maybe need to look at that professor. I'm also interested in giving kudos to those that, I'll pick on the law center now, that have areas that have high passage rate when it comes to the bar. Because we need to reward those professors and see what we need to do to use their wisdom to impart it into the other professors within the area. So look for something next month to say we're homing in on those areas that I mentioned. So that starts the process of holding professors accountable, and I support it. Thank you, Chancellor.
I've only been on the job several months, but I was over there watching a student debate with a bunch of kids the other day, and he's increased the numbers from 51% to 61%. I hate to do this to you, but I'm sure you're going to go to 71% and then 81%. But the fact that you have this upward trajectory already, then you're doing something right over there. And as an alum who I follow the law school real closely, I don't know what you've implemented, but it's working. And I commend you on it. And I see I can see the atmosphere. I can feel it that those kids are now motivated to do better and better on the bar exam. So thank you from that 10% increase, just having been there a few months.
Mr. Chair, okay, so one of the next steps is a message to be sent out over the next month or so. What after that? We have the policy. This has been an issue. Action has been taken. The board's trying to do what it needs to do to arm the chancellors with what they need to get to a certain result. Message is going to go out. we should expect change in behavior, right?
And you-
From those instructors that
Sure.
where there is an in-person class. So we can be clear around here for the chancellors and the expectation of those that should be in a classroom if they continue to not comply. So can we'll be ready to enforce policy and move forward?
Well, he hasn't said it's addressed it there. Go ahead.
Well, so my response to you is that we've driven that message down to the deans and the chairs.
Right.
And at the beginning of the semester, I took complaints. Complaints were sent to the president, who forwarded them to me by individual students. I even got them by text messages where we said, wait a minute, this cannot happen, deans and chairs. Where did you approve this change? Because we look at the schedule. Dr. Young has been very adamant about that, and we've driven that down so much now that students have come to me and have said, hey, professors are telling me that I can't do certain things because we have to meet. We have to meet in person. So the point is that we don't think that, and hope that it's not a large percentage of people, but the fact that it's happening is indicative of something I believe Dr. Gant pointed out is we have gotten so accustomed during COVID of having this not in-person mentality that we now have to move people back to the in-person mentality. What are the benefits? The benefits are we want to increase student retention.
Right.
We already know, we just heard my discussion about the fact that the admissions criteria was shifted, so we're not drawing as many high-performing students to the freshman class. So that means we've got to do more to support those students in what we do. And the only way we can do it is by in-person classroom work, especially in those gateway courses where it's very difficult for students to pass if they don't have that in-person attention. And we also have to double down on our academic advising and the counseling. All those things matter. There's not a single bullet, magic bullet, but we have to recognize that we've got to use all those things. And this, to me, was a logical thing to do.
Thank you.
Last meeting, President, recent past, we've always had 10 and 11 golf courses on game day. We surprised, talking about disability, how many folks use our golf course to get to the game and on the way back and forth. Some reason, I think this administration told them not to have the golf course. Bring mind you, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I don't think that's a cost-saving measure. Just charge the golf courts up. But please bring those golf courts back to folks out there, our elderly citizens. They love going to the game, but to walk from the mini dome, sometimes it's taxing on folks. And I just don't understand why the administration, and I understand you, tell me if I'm wrong, y'all, as a cost-saving measure, you cut off the golf courts for our fans. Is that true or false?
I don't believe that's true. I think the question was raised as to how many, whether 10 or 14 were needed. So we want to support helping our fans and alums get in and out of this.
Number of golf courses?
Yes, we had.
No, hold on. You just said it's not true. Did you cut them or do you know? Do you know? I'm sorry, do you know? Well, I'll ask him if he knows.
Again, we did not do away, but what we did was in games where there was not a high attendance, we questioned whether or not 14 was needed. So we had a discussion, and I had a discussion with the athletic director, and we agreed about 9 or 10 was appropriate. Now for homecoming, it's going to be a larger amount. And so we're trying to do two things. Understand from a financial standpoint ways that we can control cost. And that may not seem like it'd be a big thing, but is it important? Because as we look to the challenges ahead, we have to figure out ways that we can control costs across the board. And the way that the financing of athletics is changing, we have to be very mindful of that.
Well, I respectfully ask you to revisit that because 9 to 14 golf courses is a matter of 2 hours charging them on a charging station. And believe you me, I'm there. Those folks, they need it. And so they're not riding around doing anything with the golf course. It's a police measure. It's when you see a kid comes from nearby, knowing that we were able to move around that campus pretty good on game day, it's a plus in so many, just so many different facets. So please revisit that deal because folks like me, sometimes my gout kicks in and I might want to ride on a golf cart, but please bring the golf carts back.
I agree with you, and we're having that discussion. We had the discussion for homecoming, and it's a situation that we're going through. And I don't disagree that we want to service our fans, and we do have many loyal fans that are not exactly young people. And I agree with you.
I appreciate you. They were complaining to me because I was out there, and I'm riding around on my little mule. And I don't mind picking them up, but we had that service. I don't know why we took that away. That's not a big cost saving.
But we didn't take it away.
Okay, well, I don't want to get into the semantics of it, but please bring the golf carts back. I'm for the people for golf carts. Yeah, you need to walk. I supposed to walk.
And look, I think I found a little bit of clarity in Ms. Tony kind of cleaned it up when he spoke about a mule. I actually thought you were talking about bringing a mule up here to the game. But I heard what you said about your golf cart. I don't know. So the other thing I want to say off of what you're saying is to take in consideration the same thing for graduation. When graduation comes, we have a special parking area, I think, for handicapped folks. But there's still a lot of folks that have to park over at the stadium and walk over. So with that, we would ask that you would take that same consideration in for graduation also.
And if I may, I think that issue will be alleviated in December because we actually have a split. So we're going to evaluate that. We shouldn't have people having to park so far away on Friday. There should be, but we're going to evaluate that. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Jess.
This is maybe a little trite for some folk, but not for me. This young lady zoomed past me yesterday. I stopped, yelled for a pedestrian. I said I'm going to follow her. She turned into Family Consumer Science somewhere in there and parked in a handicap zone. So I looped back around. She had a handicap sticker. She walked out of the building, out of the car, just nothing wrong. I wish it would be a way. Unfortunately, a lot of people abuse that hang tag, a handicap hang tag. Just ask the chief to verify somewhere or another these students are not just students, faculty, staff could be included, abusing that hang tag because it's very, very unfortunate. It's something I take very seriously when people abuse that privilege. Just a thought. Thank you. Guess leading. Okay.
Somebody.
Thank you, Dr. Whitfield. We'll go directly into legal now. Ask the chair of that committee, Attorney Clayton, take charge.
I'm here.
Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Mr. Myron Ross.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Being moved and properly second the agenda. All in favor of adopting the agenda, say aye. It's been properly adopted. Any public comments germane to anything on this agenda? Seeing no one come up, I'll move to action item 5A. Committee, what is your request? Been moved by Mr. Shorty, second by Ms. Bailey. All in favor, say aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, 5A pass. Any other business for this committee? Hearing or seeing none, move to adjourn. Moved by Ms. Bailey, second by Mr. Shorty, and we are adjourned. I want to talk about golf course, no.
Straight out of legal, straight into personnel affairs. Next, the chair of that committee, the Honorable Sam Gilliam, takes charge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Personnel Affairs Committee is hereby called to order. Mr. President, please give us a call to the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sam Gilliam.
Present.
Mrs. Christie Reeves. Attorney Tony Clayton.
Here.
Mrs. Zell Dudley.
Present.
Dr. Leon Carver II. Here.
Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Myron Lawson.
Certainly.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next order of business is the adoption of the agenda. And committee, what is your pleasure? I have a motion from Ms. Williams, Dr. Williams, excuse me, for adoption of the agenda. Those in, I need a second.
Second.
Been seconded by Ms. Dudley. Those in favor of the adoption, please let it be known by sign of aye. Opposed, nay. The agenda is thus adopted. Number 4, calls for public comments. We have no cards. I don't think so. And seeing no one approach the podium, we move on to action items 5A, B, and C. And committee, what is your pleasure on these items?
Move all. Global.
I hear a motion from Chairman Lawson. We will approve items 5A, B, and C in global. Those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye. Opposers, nay. Hearing none. These items are thus approved. We move on to informational item number 6. The first item there is an update on the systems human resource positions, plural. Mr. President, I would assume.
Yes. We have been engaged with the consultant over the past few months, met with them in late August to review the work she had done, asked for a bit more work to flesh it out. We now, in the last week, have received that report. And so I would expect us to begin a search for a new leader in the HR position at the system level within the next month.
Fantastic. Any questions or points of clarification? Mr. Clayton?
Mr. President, I'm perplexed. I was looking at the org chart, and now you're going to request this position. And what's glaring to me is your chief of staff, you got 5 people in the system. When we hired Chancellor Pierre, I questioned whether or not we need a chief of staff. But then I noticed, I didn't vote on it, that the chief of staff now has an assistant chief of staff. But I guess they help him watch over the other 3 people. One of them's Grady, one of them the lady who helps with the house. But you got the Chancellor Baton Rouge campus that has his staff. You got Shreveport campus, New Orleans campus. Why in the world does the system with 4 or 5 folks over there need a chief of staff and an assistant to the chief of staff? And now you're looking for another position. I asked for the ombudsman a long time ago. You guys kind of ignored me. I think that person, maybe we can convert the chief of staff to that. We need to, I don't know if this 45 cent, a 0.5% of tax is going to pass, but we really need to start just cutting back on this top-heavy administration. That money should go to these professors and these folks up here, but it just seems we're finding more and more money to build up this administration and creating these positions up there. And I just don't know, that's not how you operate a business. It's too top-heavy. And so I'll pause and wait your response to particularly, why do we need an assistant chief of staff to a chief of staff with 3 or 4 employees over there?
That is not a new role, just a different title for that role. We shifted around. We needed a different set of skills to support putting together board materials, making arrangements for a whole host of different things. And so it's not a new position. It's not a high-paying position.
So we needed somebody to gather board materials, and we're paying them, what, $60,000? I'm sure Ms. Tracy would like for us to give her a $20,000 raise. She can put together the board material. Those are the type of things, Mr. Lawson, that we need to sit down and vet this as a board. I mean, anything else that person gonna do? And why can't the chief of staff put the board material together?
There's a whole array of administrative things that
Can you
make
tell
the
me?
trains run on time. Well, there's travel, there's scheduling, there's making sure that the appropriate materials for myself and other staff members when we have to go to meetings. There's an array of roles that person is a part of.
So I think that says a lot in and of itself. There's something in law called res est loquitur. Thing speaks for itself. Yes, it's a new lawyer. But so that tells me right there, Mr. Chairman, we got to scrub this. And we got to look, I mean, those are monies that, I mean, to get somebody to organize some documents, assistant chief of staff, it's a lot.
One thing I insist on, that position title change, period. I don't see why the title change. You know, we can argue the semantics over that, but they've had 3 positions over there. They still have 3 positions doing essentially what you were saying. The rationale behind, and I had that conversation with him, and we're still in conversation. I had that conversation with a few board members. Why the title change? I don't know, but it's up for discussion. Again, I don't dictate to the board what its boss is. I express my concern, as you're expressing your concerns about that.
And the
And
resource position is not a new position. It's just been vacant for the last almost year and a half.
And I'm insisting, quite frankly, that we get a true human resource director. That is probably one of the most essential positions an organization can have. So I'm not waffling on that one.
Can we take this chief of staff and make him that person or make her that person?
Absolutely not.
Because we can save some money?
Absolutely not.
All right. I'm just expressing.
This may surprise Mr. Clayton, but I do agree with him.
I am surprised, sure.
But I'm not necessarily sure that the cost savings could be found on the system level. It has always seemed to me that from the individual college standpoint, we've had a high level of administrators who make significantly more than the faculty. And if there are cost savings there, that is where we can find the cost savings. From the system level, I think, Mr. Clayton, you had a wonderful suggestion that, and I'm going to talk to Mr. Dawson about us touring some of the facilities on not just the Baton Rouge campus, but on the New Orleans campus and on the Shreveport campus. But I think that sometimes we can learn a lot by seeing what's happening in the operation, and having had the opportunity to sit with the president and watch what the chief of staff is doing. I think they're doing what we've requested, which is making sure that he is building relationships with corporations and governmental entities. And that's a heavy load for them to deal with. And we may all be served pretty well, but even though he may not like this, us come and hang out for a while and watching what's going on in the operation, so that we get a sense of the type of labor intensive deal that's going on the system level. But if there's cost savings to be found, I think it's probably on the individual campus level from the number of administrators that we've had there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Further questions or clarification? Dr. Tarver?
The Human Resources Office, is that the systems level?
There's historically, as I understand it, there's been an associate or assistant vice president for human resources, and then the other staffing is campus based.
My question was, is the Human Resources shop under the system? Is that the systems level, director of that office?
Yes, the system appointee is.
And that office is a landmass office, isn't it? Except for the law school? Does that person coordinate human resources for the systems office and the Baton Rouge campus?
No, each unit
has their own.
Has a senior HR officer for for example, SUSLA, the Law Center, the Ag Center.
Why do we need a human resources officer at the systems level for the 8 or 10 people or whatever number of people we have in office?
Well, let me. One of the things I'm concerned about is duplication. We have not efficiently used our resources. I believe we can shrink the rate of the workforce in some areas. We are challenged with getting quality professors to come in the STEM areas and certainly colleges of business. We've got to find a way to start paying these professors so we can keep these kids in class. So the system head, if you remember, we had one, I got on the board, her responsibility was to kind of have oversight over the campuses such that the campuses still need to have a shrinked services they provide, but that person provides the vision for training. People think about hiring. I'm talking about training, developing folk, programs to promote healthy workforces, safety programs. I look at human resources totally different from folk typically in the educational arena. It's much, much more these days than hiring. And right now, I don't see what I'd like to see in training and motivating and encouraging folk to go to the classroom when they're supposed to be in the classroom and monitoring those type things. That has to be driven and monitored from a system level perspective. In many institutions, the human resource position is a vice president position more often than not. So I think we have a deficit in the services that should be provided because we don't have a person focused at the system level in hiring. That's why you see so many vacancies, quite frankly.
The reason I asked the question is because I was not up to par on how we got to this.
Right.
When the president began his response, he said historically. And I remember some things historically, and maybe you're talking about two different periods of time. But more recently, we had it centralized. And I didn't know it had been decentralized. And so that's why my question, because it becomes revealed at this moment that it has been.
Well, how much coordination, and this is for either the president or any of the chancellors, how much coordination is there between the human resources director that sits on the Baton Rouge landmass and the other entities, the Shreveport, New Orleans, the law school, the Ag Center?
So the role has been vacant for a year and a half.
I get
and
that.
that was that person's role was to help coordinate those activities.
All right,
So that was
system-wide?
System-wide, to
Okay.
work with the individual units to meet their needs. The other aspect of this is that I think, as the chairman says, the world of talent acquisition and talent development is changing. And where most of this function was just sort of, payroll, hiring, the sort of paperwork and regulatory stuff without stepping back and sort of saying, okay, how do we use these tools to help us manage and develop our staff and acquire the talent that we need? And that's been was a significant part of what the consultant spent some time developing.
Well, two observations. One, I share the chairman's concern that this position has been vacant for as long as it has been, because quite frankly, I find effective leadership in that space to be mission critical. That's number one. Number two, not only do I think the position warrants and demands a full-time certified human resource professional, I think we also, Mr. President, need to think very seriously about prioritizing our investment in the human resource infrastructure. We had a meeting several years ago when I was chairman where we focused on just the amount of time it takes to onboard a person. And we're still in a horse and buggy age because we're shifting paper from one desk to the next. All right. And sometimes people work a month or two before they get paid because somebody has not signed
personnel action form. Just maintaining sick leave annually, just all of the infrastructure that ought to be reflective of a 21st century human resource office. It's my understanding we have a lot of room for improvement in that space. And so in addition to getting the right person who's going to be fully dedicated to that, I think we also have to reprioritize our resources to make certain that we enhance the infrastructure within that space so it's reflective of 2024 and not 40 years ago.
Chair recognizes Ms. Dudley. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir.
So,
Our apologies.
One of the reasons why we're having so much confusion about positions is that we still do not have a comprehensive plan for the operations system. Remember the last time we sent something out, we had to go through the charts. They really didn't go far enough. They weren't comprehensive enough. They didn't put it all together. And I thought that after comments from that, you would give them something else to fill in the gap. Because I don't think any of us knows what all of those positions are, how they're coordinated, and how to do it about. Somebody just take some time to go back and look at those. And like the questions and comments that were made, perhaps we might be able to put this together a lot more economically, and then we still get to the level of need. I just think there's a little confusion in the application.
Okay. All right, so we've developed the more complete organizational charts. As to what Attorney Rutledge said, that's in large part what I wanted to do as before we went out and just tried to hire a new HR person. We wanted somebody to come and look at our structure, look how it functioned, and give us advice as to how to develop a modern human resource department. We have that document now, and we'll be starting to work our way through and making that done. One of the first things the consultant said to me is that you may need one type of person to start out with to help you develop all these changes, a very experienced, very senior person to do that, and then more permanently, a different person. And I was intrigued by that, so I asked her to develop what she meant by that, and so now we have a report to figure that out.
Is that a report, certainly if it identifies any employees, but is it a report in such a way that you could share it?
I'm happy to
I'd
share
be
it.
interested to read it. Okay, thank you.
Did we clarify your question, Dr.?
We've prepared more complete org charts for distribution to the board. Is that what it didn't go far enough and have enough of explanation? Okay.
Okay. I believe Ms. Dudley had her hand in. Attorney Clayton, please.
Yes, Dr. Shield, I think you just answered mine, which was, I know you came to Shreveport to meet with the HR consultant.
Mm-hmm.
My question was going to be, can you speak more to not the purpose, but what is the scope? Because I didn't, I knew you were coming, but I wanted to get more information, and you just kind of elaborated on some of that. But if that is my question.
So when we came to Shreveport, what we did, we sat down, we walked through what she had then and gave her some feedback and said, we need a little more complete information before you finish your work. And now she's developed a draft plan moving forward. It's a very expensive plan if we hired all the people. So we have to figure out what pieces of that are most important for us to begin to implement and then identify the key traits and skills that we want out of the next senior HR position person.
And since that position, has been vacant, you've stated 1.5 years now. What's the timeline on getting to, number one, to complete the work with the consultant and to fill the position or to move forward?
The work with the consultant is basically done, and so we will now be moving forward. We'll probably, like I said, try to kick off a search within the next month or so.
So I'm going to help him out a little bit. My next meeting, we'll be having a search in human resources. I see no reason why the search will not be started by next month meeting, okay?
Attorney Clayton, please.
Disagree with my chairman, and I know he wants this super HR person. But with 5 campuses, so that means there are 5 different HR people, average between 80 to 100,000. Then the system has a person, that's another 100,000. That's roughly $500,000, not counting fringe benefits and all that, bringing in that many employees. Have you ever thought about outsourcing it? Because if you outsource it, you're gonna bring in some new ideas, it won't cost you as much money, and just outsource the whole deal, because you're gonna use a unified policy handbook as to how the procedures work up here. So that you ought to have, with a computer, everybody ought to follow the same handbook, so to speak. So if we outsource this and we bring in some national firm, BDO or somebody to show us and bring in some innovative ways, I agree with my colleague over here that we don't have PAF signs. I mean, we're not paying our bills on time. So just bringing in someone else to be the super duper HR person, I don't know if that fixes the problem. And that certainly will save more money than taking the golf carts from elderly people. So what about outsourcing?
What if we had the HR person ride
With the
golf
cart? What do you think about outsourcing?
We actually looked at a couple of firms when we started this that submitted proposals. I'd think about that. I certainly wouldn't go to the step of doing this in an outsourced way without coming to the board with pretty strong arguments doing that.
Give you a hint. If you outsource the selection of a dean of just use one example of a focus search. If you outsource that to get a dean of our college of law school, that alone could be 100,000. I could tell you, if we outsourced someone to be at the helm, hire that company, you're talking about $500,000 for the caliber person to handle
Mr.
that.
Chairman, I meant outsource that entity for the whole conglomerate, for all 5 campuses and the system.
And you're probably talking $1 million plus.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm not against looking at it, but we have to have somebody in charge of the other campuses, and you can't outsource responsibility and authority. Somebody has to be held responsible.
There's a lot of, I'm sorry. There's a lot of work to be done. Just, streamlining our policies, making them more automated, quit passing around the paper. All of that stuff is, I recognize the need to do that. You got to do it a piece at a time. When I look at it, there's just.
Okay. I mean, I hear you.
Okay. I'm aware, and look, no one more than me understands how important having a way to develop our human capital, attract the talent we need. One of the things that we didn't do before is, I think, in terms of just dealing all the way down to hiring faculty members, put good processes in place, having someone that doesn't try to control the tenure process, but make sure it's followed through on a regular basis. All those processes have to be developed and implemented to make this a modern operation at the university level.
One of the things we're missing, Mr. Chair,
Please.
we find ourselves bogged down, and we have no succession planning going on. When a dean leaves, it puts the chancellors in a very precarious situation. They have to stop what they're doing a search. Well, a human resource person, point person, has succession plans. They know who's in the pipeline because they're talking to NCAT, they're talking to Alcorn, they're talking to other HBCUs, other entities, PWIs. They also have continuation plans, and that you not onboard people and continue on. I mean, we don't have a plan where they do continuing education, for instance, and updating things in the law center. You have multiple books that are being taught at the law center, right? So we've got to look at best practices, and I just think we're kind of wandering in the wilderness right now. We have to have a point person to guide the ship.
I believe the chancellor from the law center wishes to speak. Then Attorney Rutledge, please.
Well, I just wanted to say that we don't have a human resource person. We use the system's human resource office. We do have a person to initiate the paperwork necessary to hire people and all of that, but it's not the fully functioning HR office. So
same with the Ag Center.
yeah, so we would be using the services of the person hired by the system.
Attorney Rutledge.
The only other thing, and the president made me, I wrote a note that I was going to mention it in the full meeting because I forgot to when we did the policy, but I'd like to ask Mrs. Blosh to look into, one, I don't know how many of you have tried to navigate the policy database that's online to find I see Brandon over there. It is not, I see the folks behind it, it is not easy at all. And we're adopting a lot of policies, but if I want to go look for something, it's almost impossible to find. In my former life, I spent a lot of time neck deep in policy, but I also had an external company that assisted also, Forethought Consulting. Would you look at perhaps what it would cost us to get and gather all of our board policies, get them organized, get them online, system policies such that, and it eliminate probably a lot of calls to you if I could just knew where I could go to find that there's a policy on X, Y, and Z. Thank you.
Just a point of personal privilege from chair here. For those of you who have been end users of human resources services, let's say from the New Orleans campus or the Shreveport campus, let me tell you, it can be a logistical nightmare. Specifically, the president mentioned the idea of intake or onboarding, you call it. That's a challenge, of course, if you have to try to navigate your way all the way to Baton Rouge to get an answer or resolution to a concern. Yes, you're going to be 2 or 3 months getting on the payroll. Same thing with, I'll use the term, for lack of a better reason, outboarding or exiting the system. Same challenge. You need someone, and those of us in New Orleans and those of us in Shreveport specifically are sensitive to the fact that it is hard to try to navigate that whole concern, having to go through Baton Rouge. It greatly facilitates that process to have an HR person in New Orleans and in Shreveport who can help the exit process, or else you're going to be 6, 8 months trying to get your retirement check. Am I right? I see Dr. Amber's kind of giving me an amen over there. You understand where we're going. So when we get to the question of centralizing or decentralizing, please keep that in mind. Human resources, that's the operative word, making this sensitive to the needs of our people. Are there any further concerns or discussions on this topic? Yes, Mrs. Gang.
Are we talking about the full responsibilities of human resource person for each campus, or each campus having a human resource person that only deals with certain things? For instance, where you handle compensation and benefits, could that be outsourced? And then the other things that you just mentioned, the onboarding and other responsibilities could be held by the human resource. Because my understanding of human resources, and I always look at the point that payroll, benefits, all of that comes under. Does that come under human resources?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
Yeah.
Can someone tell me?
They mesh to some degree, I believe.
Are there
not
portions
exclusive
of
to
human
HR.
resourcing responsibility that can be outsourced and the ones that require on-campus service can remain? That's a question.
Pardon me?
There are different models you can use to do different things. And
Okay,
that's
does
part of
payroll
what we
come
need.
under,
I think our human resources.
That's a question. Does payroll come under
Manages
human
payroll
resources?
for us.
No,
Finance office.
The finance.
it comes under
That's
finance.
usually the same function, right?
That's Max.
That reports to a vice
That's Mac's
chancellor.
purview.
Pardon me?
I think that's McClinton's purview.
Right,
Yeah, explain that to me, because that was,
right. Okay, so payroll is under finance.
okay.
And for human resources, the position that you all have been talking about, I can take you back for a few years. Dr. Tarver, you had asked when that started. That was when Dr. Mason was here. He created a position for associate vice president for human resources. And that was Mr. Pusho at that time, if you remember Mr. Pusho. So that's where it started. After he left, then we brought in Tracy, Attorney Tracy Woods. She served in that position. But as to answer your question, the human resources actually reports to the vice president, vice chancellor for finance. But at the system level, the vice chancellor, the vice president, the associate vice president report to the finance person. So it's the fact that the payroll reports to finance, and then at the system level, the person who's in charge of the associate vice president for human resource report to the system vice president for finance. Just like the finance people, on the campuses, they report to their chancellor. But I coordinate and work with all the campuses at the system level.
Okay, well, thank you for that information.
Clarification, Mrs. Gaines?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Dr. Williams, I believe, wants to speak.
So my question is, and I know that we're looking at all of this and we're going to look at this organizational chart and probably reduce it, hopefully, and right size it. But the position of the human resources person, to me, would fall as a person that is overseeing the other 5 campuses that would lead up to them, that's going to make sure that processes are in place. I think someone recently spoke about how long it takes to get things to go through because we're still using paper. We're still doing things that are a little bit behind the times, but that those things are updated and that information is sent out to each individual campus, and that everybody knows, each individual site or campus, and that everybody knows what's going on, and then it would flow up. So there would still be a person on each site that is responsible for actual human resource things, hiring, onboarding, and the like, and then this person on the system level would be overseeing that. Is that what your goal is? Because my question came into, I didn't realize it until Attorney Clayton brought up, that would eliminate the deputy chief of staff. That would eliminate some of these other positions that if you needed the human resources person that would be there to actually do that, or that could fall under the duties of the deputy chief of staff, because that human resource person is overseeing policy and processes and making certain that they are implemented. So my question is just that the need for 2, when you could do an elimination or a combination of the 2 positions. And then I had requested, and I know that I don't know that, but I requested that we look at other systems. And I think the one that is most comparable to this one is the LCTCS system, because they have a president chancellor position that the president and the chancellor are both on the same campus, but the staff is completely divided and right fitted. And so maybe if we take a look at that and then come back with another proposal, we may get to what everybody else is discussing here today or requesting, because you would be able to get that person that is basically going to oversee the rest of the human resource directors in the system. So I'm just asking that we look at another organizational chart.
Mr.
Very much, Dr. Williams. We still have 2 other items, 6B and C, both of which are pretty heavy lifts. Okay, if it pleases, yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Bailey, please.
So I just have one quick question. So I know we were speaking about the position and it's been vacant for a year and a half. So is there anyone currently serving in that role or doing the work of that position at this present moment?
Is overseeing the HR function for SUSLA and SUNO, right? And Associate Vice President Thomas is overseeing the Baton Rouge Landmass HR. Oh, but that's at the senior level. There are people below them that are actually executing.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, clarification there? Yes, sir.
Mr. President, a lot of this will be, what do you think if you study, Dr. Trump was just president around nature talk, back office operation stuff to us, and it's kind of like we stuck with that. I remember the chance to look at sign off on it. I think that's what we feeling now. But I would ask that you come up with just a new hire source. Give me a sort out of America. And because that's what's haunting us, that way he set up that system back then, I think he was trying to emulate it or try to keep it in. And I don't agree with it. So I'd like to see you come up with a structure of your own. Maybe the way y'all did it in Wisconsin, wherever you come from. And just find a new way of how to operate stuff. It might be more efficient than this archaic way we're operating.
Mr. Chairman?
I think we're to look at everything that's been discussed today. This is a starting point, and let's come up with the best practices. But let's not take another year. We've got to get somebody in place, because if not, we'll be talking about the paperwork that's still being shuffled and walking it from place to place. So let's come up with a plan.
So, Mr. President, you had a multitude of input here. I do believe that we at least have you in a position to come to some conclusion in terms of moving in the direction that the chairman.
I think it would be a mistake to hold off trying to hire somebody to be the senior person in that role to help develop this plan.
That wasn't my suggestion.
Okay, so we will.
You have interims working in that position. They can't do that and what they're charged to do.
Yeah. Okay, so we
I
will.
want to support you, but I want you to fix it, because I think it's broken up. You need to come up with a plan.
Oh,
we agree on that. It is broken.
Thank you, committee, very much. Let's move on, if you would, then to informational items. And these are informational items. We don't need to take a vote on them. Informational item 6B. And this one deals with the status of interim positions and projected timelines for searches. It appears all the way from the system, Baton Rouge, SUNO, SUSLA, the Law Center, and the Agricultural Extension Research Center. And we would, let's see how you want to approach this, Mr. President, because we don't necessarily need long missives on these. We just need kind of a to the point position answers in terms of where these, we have a multitude of unfilled positions, and it's a serious concern. So how do we propose to address it?
So we have a draft. I'm told this may not be absolutely complete, but for each of the units, we've surveyed them. We have a draft of the vacant positions and their status, some of which will be going into searches, some of them that are not funded. Let's circulate that to the board so they can review it, and we can revisit this when they've had a chance to review that.
I think critical to this particular agenda item is the operative word timeline.
The what?
What is the time? I think this is the critical point.
We'll get this to you today so that you know. And on here it says,
fulfilled.
Yes. So the ones that we're going to fill, there's a timeline, there's a date.
And that will be shared with the
Yes,
board.
that you'll get this whole document.
Committee, is that, will that be to your satisfaction? A question from Ms. Duffy.
And if those positions have budget for them, or if there are no funds for them, the position is vacant and no funds. That's another question that's come up. And I know Dr. Gant and I have talked about that. It's my understanding we have the monies, but they're not filled. Is that correct?
That's correct for the Shreveport campus.
Yes.
We have 11 vacant positions
currently, and that are positions that are funded, and our timeline is by the first of the year, we'll have those positions filled. We have ongoing searches going right now.
With just 11 vacancies?
11 vacant positions is what we have currently. 3 of those positions.
Okay.
So the members will get this today,
Surely.
okay? And feel free to reach back out to me if you have questions, or to the chancellors, because the information came directly from the chancellor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members of the committee, will that result? Yes, Dr. Tarver.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Which means we'll get it almost immediately, right? Or as soon as possible. Okay, good. Couple of days. All right. Number 6.
This afternoon.
Information today. Okay. Informational item 6C deals with one of the issues that's already been stated. The organizational chart. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, you have it before you. Any response to it? It is rather comprehensive, rather deep for each of the units of the system. Would there be any discussion?
We're going to expect more. This is really an introduction to where they're headed.
Yes.
I expect in the near future to be able to click on a box and you'll see the description of that position. That's what modern personnel office, human resources office do. You'll be able to see who's in that position possibly and the salary that's being paid in that position. That's where I'm saying we need to go as an organization. We've got to come into the modern era. So, no, this is a beginning. It's a decent beginning, finally, but it's not where I want to see it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the clarification. Would there be any other discussion of these particular informational items? If not, let's move.
I have one.
Yes, Mr. Fondell.
Are we gonna vote at some point on the organizational chart, or are we gonna? I heard you just mention about being able to click on it. Is that all things that need to be done prior to us taking action on it, or?
Well, right now, I don't think it's any action items that need to be taken.
It's just an information
No,
item.
I know it's an information item, but what's the time frame for us moving forward for the approval of it? Is it the next meeting after that, or?
I didn't see any structural changes, correct me if I'm wrong, Chancellors, that required immediate attention. Is there anything that requires immediate attention? Or did I miss something?
No.
I was like, they're just exposing what they have now.
Right.
If they create a position that's substantive, then absolutely it has to come back with this board's approval.
So everything that's on there is in place already, correct?
For the most part. You may have a change in the title or something of that nature, but it's not substantial. And look at this, if you're talking about paying somebody $75,000, a position did not exist, that's substantial.
Right, so it's not anything that's gonna be subject to approval of us. It's already in place, basically.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fondell. Next item of business is number 7, other business. Is there any other business to be brought before Personnel Committee? If not, been moved by Dr. Williams, been seconded by Ms. Dudley. The Personnel Affairs Committee is hereby adjourned. Those in favor, please let it know on the side of aye. Opposers, nay. We are thus adjourned.
Thank you, Board Member Gilliam. It's time to call together the Southern University Board of Supervisors for the October 18th, 2024 meeting. Mission statement: through shared governance, leadership, and a diverse system of unique institutions, the mission of the Southern University and A&M College System is to deliver affordable, world-class education, a trained workforce, state-of-the-art research, creative scholarship, and transformational public service to the state of Louisiana, the nation, and the world. Roll call, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Present. Ms. Dana Bailey.
Present.
Attorney Tony Clayton. Ms. Azelle Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mr. Paul Matthews. Ms. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert.
Dr. Orlando Williams. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3 is the adoption of the agenda. I think we have some modifications to the agenda. We laid over 5B in academics, consideration of the appeal for the revocation of tenure for Dr. Shaban, SUBR. I would like to see that made 6D. Are there any other modifications that need to be brought? Okay, well, yeah, okay. We also want to delete, and I was going to delete it when we get there, but we'll go ahead and do it now. The marketing and branding report. We had an ambitious meeting and we want to take a deep dive into that. So we'll remove that and lay it over until next month's meeting. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the modification of the agenda. Is there a motion? It's been properly moved by Dr. Williams, second by Board Member Rutledge. Discussion, it has to be unanimous. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. It probably need to be unanimous. Got it. Now we'll make a motion to adopt the agenda as modified. Is there a motion? Properly made by Board Member Fondell, properly seconded by Board Member Ronnie Whitfield. Dr. Whitfield, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Item number 4, public comments. I have a card by Dr. Thomas Miller. I see him approach the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the board. Good morning to you all. So happy to be here on this beautiful day. I wanted to speak to Dr. Shaban's revocation of tenure. And I'm not here to argue the merits of the case, but the fault in the process. And to begin with, charges were announced to Dr. Shaban on December 4th, 2019. The hearing did not take place until July 27th, 2013, so 3.5 years later. So that's one issue. The other is that in his report, the then Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Sahu, states the following regarding the absence of Dr. Shaban at the hearing. The investigatory panel waited for a considerable amount of time for Dr. Shaban's arrival. The investigatory panel did not hear from Dr. Shaban on any effort to arrive. And counter to that, I have an email from Dr. Shaban on the 25th saying for medical reasons he was requesting that the hearing be postponed. And among others, that email was copied to legal counsel DeQueer, members of the committee, Tracy Woods, and also Dr. Sahu. So in fact, he did request that the hearing be postponed, counter to what is stated in Dr. Sahu's report. The other is that the panel, according to the handbook, should be comprised of 7 members, 2 coming from the Chief Academic Officer, 4 from the Faculty Senate, and 1 from the Chancellor. There were only 5 members present at that hearing, even though, once again in the report, Dr. Sahu says that panel members, including the chair, were in attendance, but they were too short. And when it finally came to the report being signed by members of the committee, that didn't take place until almost a year later, and only 4 of the 5 members actually signed the report. So there are a couple of quick points I'd like to make. One is that I think it's, in all fairness, consideration should be given to giving Dr. Shaban a fair process. And the other, and I think we're dealing with that now with the current administration, we're working on something, a policy for faculty grievance that'll shorten the time. We have faculty grievances that typically go on, or had in the past gone on, for a year, 2 years before resolution was reached. And I think we're working on that, but that's the other point I wanted to make. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Miller.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's finished. Okay, I didn't see a card submitted, but go ahead, Dr. Shaban.
I requested,
First of all, let me seek the wisdom of legal counsel, that being the case.
So Dr. Shaban, you indicated that you wanted to have this in closed session.
yes, ma'am.
Right now, this is just for the public meeting, so we'll go back in another room and have
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any other public comments? The ones approached, and no cards received other than Dr. Miller. We voted on adoption of the agenda. Resolutions. Dr. Vital.
Thank you,
Request
Mr.
for
Chairman.
minutes. We'll go to resolutions and approval of minutes. Go ahead, Dr. Vital.
Thank you, sir. We have 5 resolutions this afternoon. Condolences. Mr. Roy James Johnson was affectionately called Dr. Johnson. He graduated from Southern University Laboratory School in 1969. Mr. Johnson furthered his education at Southern University and A&M College, earning both a Bachelor of Instrumental Music in 1973 and a Master of Music Education in 1975. He achieved several milestones while at Southern University. He was named band captain, and he became an honorary member of the Kappa Kappa Psi band fraternity. Mr. Johnson dedicated his years of life to the Southern University Human Jukebox Marching Band, serving as an assistant band director. He passed away on September 13th, 2024. Ms. Lotta Laxman Johnson was the Vice Chancellor for Technology, Strategy, and Innovation and Deputy Chief Information Officer of the Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. She passed away on September 26, 2024, at the age of 65. Dr. Albert Leon McHenry was a principal and respected community leader. He began his college education at Southern University in Baton Rouge. He was a proud member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Beta Sigma Chapter, and Lambda Alpha Chapter. He was a former employee of Southern University Baton Rouge. He passed away on September 9th, 2024. Dr. Tanya White Jackson. Dr. Jackson earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Biology Sciences from Southern University and A&M College, and while on campus was initiated to the Beta Psi chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated during the spring of 1993. She was well known and respected OBGYN in Plano and Frisco, Texas communities, having her own private practice. Over the years, Dr. Jackson became a life member of the Southern University Alumni Federation, a member of the SU System Foundation 1880 Society, and the SU Alumni Federation Dallas chapter. She was a staunch believer in supporting key programs in the organizations with which she was a member of, creating memorable experiences for young people in the local and global communities. Dr. Jackson is tremendously missed by all who knew and loved her. She passed away on September 24th, 2024. Jermaine Gigi Tarver graduated from Northwood High School. She went on to earn her BA and master's degree in mass communications from Southern University in Baton Rouge, worked in marketing programming for the Louisiana Bar Association in New Orleans for several years, and for the past 17 years, she worked at LSU NCBRT Academy for counterterrorist education in Baton Rouge. She was the daughter of President Emeritus and Chairman Emeritus Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. She passed away on September 30th, 2024. This concludes our resolutions.
Sir.
Joining in passing that, seeking the passage of the 0.45 sales tax to help keep Southern other higher education institutions funded.
You've heard the recommendation that be added to the resolution. Probably second. Okay. Any other additions? Not, I entertain a motion to approve all the resolutions, including the recommendation. Moved by Board Member Clayton and second by Board Member Dr. Tarver. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Opposed, that motion carries. We'll go to action items. A, request for approval of minutes for September 27th, 2024 SUS Board of Supervisors meeting. Probably moved by Board Member Chet Clayton and seconded by Board Member Bailey for Board Member A and B. Motion A and B. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. If you will, I'd like us to entertain items C and D together to go into executive session. We'll have to come back and forth. I think council has approved us doing it in that manner to take item C and D, which is Dr. Shaban. So item C is evaluation of the President Chancellor, because he was President Chancellor at that time. But also D, Dr. Shaban, his academic consideration of appeal for the revocation of the tenure of Dr. Shaban, it should be ARA. And I have a motion on C and D. It's been properly seconded. I think there's okay. So roll call, Mr. Secretary. By the time I'm going to read, the Board of Supervisors of Southern University and Agriculture and Mechanical College and its committees may meet in executive session to discuss personnel matters under provisions Louisiana Revised Statute 4217. Consideration of the performance evaluation of President Shields and appealing adverse personnel actions as with Dr. Shaban is such a matter, or matters. While in executive session, the board may meet with its staff attorneys and any necessary. The motions or votes will be made in executive session. Is there a motion to go to executive session? Been properly moved and properly second, moved by Attorney Rutledge, properly second by, I'm gonna call you attorney, how about that? Board Member Bailey. Roll call, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Yes.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Yes.
Ms. Dana Bailey. Attorney Tony Clayton.
Yes.
Mrs. L. Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Yes.
Mrs. Ann A. Smith. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. Okay, it's unanimous of those present.
time to call the Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Roll call. Yes, come back in. I'll entertain a motion to return from executive session. Probably moved by Dr. Whitfield, second by Board Member Shorty. Roll call.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson,
Yes.
Dr. Rodney Whitfield. Yes. Ms. Dana Bailey,
Yes.
Attorney Tony Clayton. Yes. Mrs. L. Dudley.
Yes.
Mr. Raymond Condell Jr., Mrs. Mabel Gaines, Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mr. Paul Matthews, Mrs. Christie Reeves, Attorney Des Moines Rutledge.
Come out of the executive session.
Attorney Edwin Shorty. Yes. Mrs. Ann A. Smith. Yes. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. We have
Thank you. And while we're in executive session, no votes were taken and no motions made as well. Okay. Item number C is the annual evaluation of the president. We had a great discussion and had our evaluation of the president. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we move that, I move that we accept the recommendations of the committee and deny the appeal and any other question on the, we have Dr. Schickling, I think his name is.
Yeah. So there's a motion to deny the appeal of Dr. Shaban, made by Board Member Attorney Clayton, probably second by, was that Dr. Williams? Good upgrade there. This is Board Member Dudley. Discussion. Hear none, all in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, that motion carries. Now we'll go to informational items. We passed on item number 8, legislative updates. That's in the package. I don't think we need to have much discussion on that. Is that correct? And your presidential report is in the package as well. Is that correct? Yes. Chancellor report, we received those that were in the package. Any other business needs to come before the Southern University Board of Supervisors?
we adjourn.
Consider us adjourned. Thank you.